I would like to make a humble request to everyone who are joining with us today for this conference to kindly switch off your phone, or you may keep it on silent mode or airplane mode to avoid any distractions or interruptions. Thank you. My name is Kundar Chindan. I am the program coordinator of Tibet House, the Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi, and I'll be moderating today's inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I wish all of you a Happy New Year 2025 and thank each and every one of you for joining with us today for this conference. Honorable Chief Guest Professor Rajendra Kumar Dhamija ji, our esteemed keynote speakers, Professor Bindu M. Kuti ji, Professor Urmi Nanda Biswas ji, and Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdula, and our distinguished speakers and our participants for today's conference. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to this exciting conference where we embark on a profound exploration of the mind from the intersection of three rich and transformative traditions: neuroscience, Western psychology, and Buddhist psychology. In today's conference, we begin a critical exploration of these complex processes, aiming for a deeper understanding of mind wandering to non-duality and how such knowledge can shape interventions for mental health. On behalf of Tibet House, the Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi, I would like to express my sincere courtesy and regards to our Honorable Chief Guest Professor Rajendra Kumar Dhamija ji, a neurologist and the Director of Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Science, New Delhi, our keynote speaker, Professor Bindu M. Kuti ji, Senior Professor of Department of Neurophysiology, in-charge Professor and Coordinator of NIMHANS Center for Consciousness Studies, Bengaluru, from Neuroscience perspective, Professor Urmi Nanda Biswas ji, Professor and the Head of Department of Psychology, Delhi University, from Western Psychology, and Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdula, the Director of Tibet House, the Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi, from Buddhist psychology perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request all of you to kindly welcome our Chief Guest and our keynote speaker for today's inaugural session. I would also like to welcome our chairpersons and our distinguished speaker for investing their time and effort to build the very foundation of this two-day conference. Last but certainly not least, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the participants who have joined with us today. Your presence and active engagement in this important dialogue reflect your commitment to advancing our collective understanding of the mind, consciousness, and mental well-being. We deeply appreciate the time and effort you have dedicated to being part of this conference, and we are confident that the insights shared throughout our sessions will foster meaningful progress in both scientific and philosophical realms. Thank you for being here and contributing to the success of this event. Now may I request our Chief Guest, Professor Rajendra Kumar Dhamija ji, our keynote speaker, Professor Bindu M. Kuti ji, Professor Urmi Nanda Biswas ji, and Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdula, the Director of Tibet House, the Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi, to kindly light the lamp of eternal wisdom and proceed to the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request all of you to kindly welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Rajendra Kumar Taneja ji, Venerable Geshe Abdullah, and Professor Vidya Kuti. Now I would like to request our Director, Venerable Geshe Abdullah, to kindly offer the traditional white scarf kata and the souvenir to our Chief Guest, Honorable Professor Rajendra Kumar Taneja ji, our keynote speaker, Professor Vidya Kuti, as a token of our heartfelt appreciation and gratitude. Professor Rajendra Kumar Taneja ji, the Director of Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Science, New Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Then we have Professor. Thank you very much, sir. Then we have Professor Bindu M. Koti, Senior Professor. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, Venerable Geshe Abdullah. Before we begin this lecture, I would like to briefly introduce you all about Tibet House and its activities. Tibet House, New Delhi was established in the year 1965 by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama of Tibet for the purpose of preserving the cultural heritage at the time when it faced forceful challenges in Tibet, as well as for providing a center for Tibetan culture and Buddhist studies. His Holiness the Dalai Lama's recurring emphasis on developing a sense of universal harmony and compassion as its own effective antidote to global suffering, together with the need for a meaningful exchange between different religious and cultural traditions, also had a profound effect on the purpose and its activities of Tibet House. Tibet House aims to bring together Buddhist masters and Tibetologists, people across different disciplines, students and practitioners, and the common man through its various programs and events. Tibet House continues to expand its objective in saving Tibet's heritage and in exploring and working towards Tibet House's potential contribution to the ethical development of the modern society. Over a period of 5 decades since its inception, Tibet House has come to recognize as a significant institution for the dissemination of Tibetan culture and for Nalanda Buddhist studies. Tibet House is a 5-story facility which has a museum of valuable Tibetan art and artifacts, as well as a library with nearly 5,000 volumes of manuscripts and books, a resource center, a conference hall, a gallery, and a bookshop. Tibet House offers various study programs on Nalanda Buddhist philosophy, conferences on interdisciplinary subjects such as neuroscience and Buddhist psychology, quantum physics and Buddhist philosophy, spiritual ecology, and universal ethics. A publication unit which publishes several books a year, and a program division which regularly organizes lectures, seminars, conferences, film screening, and exhibitions. Tibet House also offers 4 different courses on Buddhist philosophy and psychology, and a Tibetan language course. As you can see, these are the pictures of the conferences. Firstly, the very first batch of Nalanda Masters course, which was launched on 9 December 2016 on the occasion of 51st anniversary of Tibet House, New Delhi, in the gracious presence of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, along with Sri Kiran Rijiju, the Union State Minister of Home Affairs, and Sri Najib Jung, Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. The first batch of Nalanda Masters course, batch 1, is completed with 372 students from 44 different countries. Second batch of Nalanda Masters course on Nalanda Buddhist philosophy has already started in July 2022, in which around 900 participants are enrolled from 54 different countries. Secondly, The Nalanda Diploma course was launched on 2018. 4 batches have been successfully completed so far. Nalanda Diploma course, which is a 14-month course. This course is designed specifically to accommodate people who are more seriously interested in Buddhist philosophy while being in the midst of busy schedule with other engagements and commitments. Till now, we have successfully completed with 4 batches, and the 5th batch of Nalanda Diploma course was launched on 2nd October 2024 with a total registration of 2,084 participants from 63 different countries across the globe. Thirdly, Tibet House offers Nalanda Certificate course, which is a 6-month course, and it was launched in the year 2022 with 979 students from 63 different countries. And Nalanda Certificate course Batch 2, which was launched on 7 January 2024 with a total registration of 1,168 participants from 62 different countries. Now I would like to give you a brief introduction about the audience and blessing of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. On 2nd June 2023, close to 500 students who have recently graduated are currently studying the Nalanda Master's course and the Nalanda Diploma course offered by Tibet House, New Delhi, received a gracious audience and blessings from His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, and oral transmission of J. Rinpoche's in praise of dependent arising. At present, there are more than 7,249 students from 98 countries enrolled in courses, out of which we have 3,140 Russian-speaking participants, run by under the leadership of Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdila, the Director of Tibet House, the Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. And then we have Tibet House, also offers a Tibetan language course on a regular basis. There are 4 levels of learning offered at a very nominal fee, with scholarships for students and monastics. Till date, 27 batches have been successfully completed, and the 28th batch has commenced recently on 2nd December 2024 till 28 March 2025, with a total registration of 180 participants and 77 enrolled for the course. Tibet House also offers Nalanda Dharma studies twice a week for Tibetans and non-Tibetans alike, who are native speakers or have learned the Tibetan language at the request of this cohort, residing in both India as well as abroad. The weekly public online classes by Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdila, we are continuing to introduce them to the basic framework of Buddhist philosophy in a systematic way. The topics that are covered guided the students in a stepwise manner towards a greater understanding of Buddhism and provided a basis for further studies in Buddhist philosophy. We are happy to announce the recent completion of the online teaching of Pramana Vartika textual studies after 3 years since its inception. Now, I would also like to give you a brief introduction about the recent book launch from the Publication Department of Tibet House, New Delhi. We have Tracing the Footprints of Je Tsongkhapa, and the second one is Theravada and Mahayana, Philosophy of Ultimate Reality and Its Practice. And we have the 2022 to 2024 Tibet House Buddhist Special Edition. Now coming back to our main event today, Tibet House is absolutely delighted to welcome you all once again for the 2-day conference on perspective of the mental experiences, neuroscience and psychology, Series 9. And on this note, I would now request our secretary, Mr. Tenzin Kuljabla, to kindly address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our secretary, Mr. Tenzin Kuljabla.
And good morning, everyone. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Gulmohar, Director of IPAS, New Delhi, Professor Bindu Kuriji, Department of Neuroscience, Nuance, Bangalore, and the keynote speaker from the neuroscience perspective, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdila, Director of Tibet House, and today's keynote speaker from the perspective of Buddhist psychology, Professor Govinanda Pitwasti, Department of Psychology, Delhi University, and keynote speaker from Western perspective. Our esteemed speakers and chairpersons, friends of Tibet House, and dear students. It is with great joy and honor to welcome you all to the two-day conference on the perspective of mental experiences, Neuroscience and Psychology, Series 9. Before COVID, Tibet House hosted 3-day conferences and 2-day conferences, and post-COVID, we then adapted to a 1-day conference due to the challenges imposed by the transition from online meetings and webinars. But now we are glad to be back on a 2-day conference. A topic with such profound, multidimensional topic requires time and space for the in-depth discussion and reflection, which is why our 2-day format is very essential. His Holiness the Dalai Lama saw Buddhism and science as the two methodologies with a similar aim to investigate the nature and reality using the knowledge gained to improve the quality of life. In 1987, His Holiness initiated the Mind and Life Conference that was first held at his residence in Dharamshala. Today, His Holiness's vision continues to flourish through initiatives like sea learning, social, ethical, and emotional learning, which is being implemented in many universities and schools. This conference has a very clear vision. It is to educate that it all starts from our mind. If our thinking goes wrong, we suffer as an individual, which affects our family, which affects the community and a nation. It's very unfortunate that often a very small group of people who are at the top, due to their decisions, many people are being affected. This year alone, we have witnessed significant global events like the Israel-Gaza conflict, the Russia-Ukraine war, the natural disasters, the Myanmar civil wars, and the increasing usage of the AI. We are scrolling through all the news trying to cope with wars, madness, and social media trends and political shifts. As Mola mentioned, we have over 3,000 Russian students enrolled in our Nalanda courses. In the response to the ongoing sanctions in Russia, Tibet House transitioned our online platform from WebEx to Zoom, which was more expensive, but thanks to the support from the Ministry of Culture and Government of India, we were able to provide this platform to our students from Russia. However, it's important to acknowledge that not everyone has access to such resources. In some parts of the world, basic necessities like electricity and reliable internet are still out of reach, and which makes this opportunity all the more very precious. In today's world where the resources are easily available, internet and social media have significantly impacted our mental health, particularly among the younger generations. The rise of the platforms like Instagram has further reduced our attention span. Reels and stories and constant notifications makes it difficult to remain focused. I'm also guilty of this. How many of us have spent hours scrolling through the reels only to regret our time which we could have spent more productively? We make promises to ourselves to break this habit, but we find ourselves doing the same thing the next day. However, amidst these distractions, we are very fortunate to have a lineup of experts and speakers who are gathered here today, who will guide us over the next 2 days in the mechanism underlying our mental experiences and innovative solutions that can help us navigate our emotions. We are all gathered here to discuss the perspective of mental experiences from the background of neuroscience, Buddhist philosophy, and Western psychology. Although the three backgrounds are different, there are different approaches, but the goal is same: to improve the mental health and to reduce suffering. So I hope this conference provides you with the insight and inspiration over the next 2 days to understand and manage your mental experiences, and ultimately to live healthier and more fulfilling lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tenjipur Jabla. Now I would like to request our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Rajendra Kumar Dhamija ji, to kindly give the welcome address. And before that, I would like to give you a brief introduction about Professor Rajendra Kumar Dhamija ji. Professor Rajendra Kumar Dhamija ji is a distinguished neurologist, professor of neurology and director at the Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Science, New Delhi, India, with a rich academic background, including MD and DMB in neurology from India and FRACP from Melbourne. He was also a WHO Fellow at National Institute of Epidemiology. Professor Dhamija ji brings about 30 years of extensive experience and exceptional accomplishment in neurology and public health. He has led pioneering research in neurology, especially in field of stroke and movement disorders, which is well recognized internationally. Professor Dhamija ji established the neurology department at Lady Hardinge Medical College and served as its head before assuming the role of director at EBAS. He was additional personal physician to Honorable Prime Minister of India. Recognized for his scholarly contributions, he has received numerous awards, including the S. Radhakrishnan Memorial National Medical Teacher Award and National Award for Science Technology 2021 by the Government of India. He is the chairman of Movement Disorders at World Federation of Neuro Rehabilitation, WFNR, an international advisor for Royal College of Physicians in London. He has published more than 140 peer-reviewed publications and book chapters. A sought-after advisor, he has contributed to the prestigious organization globally. Professor Dhamija ji's impact extends across both borders, shaping neurology and medical education worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our chief guest, Honorable Professor Rajendra Kumar Dhamija ji. Thank you.
Namaskar, good morning to all of you. Honorable Professor Vindaputiji, Professor Viswasi, participants, speakers, chairpersons, ladies and gentlemen, and students. It's an absolute privilege and honor to be here as being invited as guests on this very important subject on mental health and experience of mental health. This 9th series happening today, and I'm so glad and so privileged to be here. So my journey actually started as a medical student when I was having a trekking expedition in McLeodganj, Dharamshala in 1980s, where I had the privilege of having darshan of Dalai Lama, His Holiness Dalai Lama in the 1980s, and that few minutes of interaction with him at that point of time when I was studying medicine gave me a purpose of life and meaning in the life, a sense of purpose and meaning in the life. I still remember that it was yesterday only, and that was so much of an enlightening experience for me that I carry forward all of my life. And whatever I have worked and whatever I have achieved, maybe sense of meaning and sense of purpose has come from His Holiness Dalai Lama ji. I'm grateful to you, and I'm grateful to all your organization for having this and having me here. So I'm a neurologist and neuroscientist. The word now neuroscience is a term changing to brain sciences now, and that's a wide umbrella of science dealing with brain, mind, consciousness, perception, emotions and everything. And I'm glad that all of you are, I was reading through the program, that your program includes perception and metacognition, self-regulation, emotion perception, mind warding, well-being, dream experience, so on and so forth. So it's a gamut of whole of the science, whether it is Buddhist psychology, Buddhist philosophy, or modern psychology or neurosciences. So that effort, I am sure that will bring a change, in the visible change in the society. As per the WHO, more than 17% of the people have one or the other mental disorders. Even in our own National Mental Health Survey 2016, Madam from Enhance says more than 10% of the people in India has one or the other mental health disorders. And given that burden of our population of 1.4 billion, you can see the absolute numbers having one or the other issues. It is also known that more than 70% of the anxiety disorders, which is very much more prevalent than the severe mental disorders, can be managed, can be prevented by non-pharmacological methods, including our mindfulness, meditation, vipassana, so on and so forth. So it's a very important aspect of science that we are here today and discussing the role of different aspects of science, whether it is Western psychology or it is Buddhist psychology or it is neuroscience or brain science. It is also important to note that in recent years we have come a long way, but still the pressures, still the societal aspirations, the societal demands has given us so much of stress in the life that many of us are not able to cope with it. I can see many students here, and we keep on reading in the newspapers the suicidal tendencies happening in our young students, the quota institutions, and even in the institutions of higher learning, IITs. Same thing is happening, and we are going through that phase where we are not able to prevent those high pressure pressure cooker boiling atmosphere, which lead to a student or an adult ending his life, which is a gift of the God that we have been given, live in this universe and be a productive, be a part of the society. So that is something which is alarming, and I can give you the numbers because I worked for the Government of India for many years, and we have been dealing with this at all levels, whether it is the local level, regional level, national level or global level. National Crime Report Bureau in 2021 says more than 165,000 people in India committed suicide. So I personally believe that these are very underreported numbers, because it's a main stigma and people do not come forward and people actually do not report many of the suicidal deaths happening in the society. So I believe that the numbers are much more, and we have to work urgently to combat this epidemic of young lives and young students or young people ending their lives, which are the future of the country, future of the society, and a very productive lifespan. It's not only nationally, you can see major global events happening, whether it is wars or natural disasters or pandemics. We are losing lives which we should be able to prevent these loss of lives. The COVID pandemic has it taught us many lessons. One of the lessons is that the people have become aware of the mental health problems, and COVID survivors like me also have so many exposures and so many things happening from the mental health perspectives, and I'm glad that it has at least now becoming increasingly mental health literacy, which is again a very important component of a mental health program. We have a national mental health program in the country since 1980s, and it's been revamped, and it's working at the district level in more than 700 districts in the country. But still, we have a long way to go to prevent the mental health. There is no health without the mental health. That is very important lesson which we want to take it from there. There is no health. So it's not only the absence of disease; it's only promotive, preventive, positive environment and positive brain health, which we should have as a matter of fact. The mental health is a right in India. Health is not a right in India, but mental health, as per the National Mental Health Act 2017, the mental health is a right of every individual living in this country. And in most of the countries now have the Mental Health Care Act, like India has it, and most of the countries also has given this right to mental health globally. At the local level, the Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Sciences, as you can see, it's a small step in the right direction that we have removed the word mental health from our institution's name. The NIMHANS still has the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, but we have the Institute of Human Behavior. The IBHAS is the counterpart of NIMHANS in the North India. Exactly the same structure, same model, same department, same faculty, same courses. We are exactly the same replica of NIMHANS, which is in Bangalore, a brand, a world internationally level brand, and we are also following that footstep. We came in late 90s, early 90s. The NIMHANS came much earlier, but NIMHANS is a hand holding for us. It's a big brother like us, and we follow their guidance. And but I was referring to the name. So, Institute of Human Behavior and Life Sciences, we have taken out the name mental health or the word mental health from the name, just to destigmatize, that people are not scared of coming to ask for the professional help if they require it. And I'm glad that this is a step in the right direction. And now many institutes in the country are thinking about that. One in Goa also has the same name now, Institute of Human Behavior and probably Neurosciences. And many hospitals, mental hospitals, there are about 46 mental hospitals in the country under the various state governments as well as in the central government, and many of the institutes like CIP Ranchi and Tezpur, now they are being converted into institutes of neurosciences and mental health, so that they will focus on mental health and focus on awareness, focus on campaigning the awareness, sensitizing people, sensitizing professionals, sensitizing the patients and their families and their caregivers. So this is a very important step, and I think this will go a long way. But we need a stakeholders like Tibet House, which has come up with this important conference, to bringing together, bridging together the modern science, Buddhist philosophy, Buddhist psychology, and brain science together to come to complementary to each other, so that we can have a maximum output, optimum output for our society and for our populations. Yuhas is doing a lot of work in the field of psychology. We have a very big faculty as well as the psychologists, as well as we are running MPhil course in clinical psychology since long, 2004, and we are trying to make a capacity building. There are only 3,000 clinical psychologists in the country, where we need 150,000 clinical psychologists. So we are a long way behind. I have worked in Australia for many years, which was being mentioned that I had my neurology training in Australia, and there is a demand there. While we have a need, but there is no demand. People ask for professional help in the Western countries like UK, Australia, Canada, America, where people come forward and seek their help. They yes, I have a problem, I need a problem, I need a help, I need treatment, I need a counseling, I need help from the clinical psychologist or psychiatrist, whatever is the problem. So I think that we need to create that demand. We all know that we have more than 10% people having some mental health. So this is very conservative figure. I think the numbers are much more, and given our young population now, and as well as the old population, even the geriatric population, we have now 10% of the people are living more than 60 years of age, which will double 20% in next 20 years. So obviously, we are looking at a huge one end of the spectrum, where we have a young population, we have children, we have adolescents, we have students, and then there is a other spectrum is senior people living over the age of 60 years, where they also have a geriatric mental health problems. It's not only financial, medical problems, but also social problems, also psychological problems, also transition in the society from joint families to the nuclear families, where there is a focus of shifting out and moving across the borders, where we have children settling abroad and parents living in a country like India and surrounding countries. So obviously, there is a need. We need to create a demand. We need to provide the psychologists. We need to provide alternative methods of counseling, and I'm sure that this conference over the next 2 days will have fruitful deliberations and will come up with some recommendations, some kind of a professional kind of guidelines, where we can help the people who are vulnerable, who are in demand, whether it is children, whether it is women, whether it is senior people. The vulnerable group is there, and which needs to be given that support, not only professional support, but other support from the society. Coming from IBHAS and then going at the national level, the Government of India and NITI Aayog has constituted a national task force on brain health. This happened after the WHO in 2022 on its 75th General Assembly had a resolution that the neurosciences, particularly epilepsy, including the mental health, there is a intersectoral global action plan, what we call the IGAP, which is mandated for 200 member states of the WHO, including India, which also is a signatory to promote and to invest in the brain health. And Government of India rightly has, under the Niti Yog, constituted that national task force, which includes people from NIMHAS, people from all India Institute of Medical Sciences, joint secretaries from the Ministry of Health, Social Justice and Disability, ICMR, so on and so forth. And I happen to be the chairperson of that national task force, and we are working to make the capacity of including the clinical psychologists and providing psychology services at least at the district level. There are 750 districts in the country where we should have at least counseling services from a qualified licensed clinical psychologist, and of course the health professional help from the society and as well as from the House and Buddhist psychology. Having said that, I have owned my personal experience of working a research project on the meditation and Vipassana. So we had this during the COVID time, initial months when we didn't have any vaccine, we didn't have any treatment, we didn't have any way forward. So what we did with the help of Morarji Desai Institute here in New Delhi, so we did a randomized control trial for the doctors and paramedical staff who were directly exposed to the COVID-19 virus in the ICUs and in the medical wards, where we did, we had 250 these healthcare professionals who were exposed here, so we divided into two, 125 and 125. 125 went into a structured program of meditation, and the other 125 had the normal aerobic and other exercises. So out of 125 who were given the structural course of meditation, only one person developed the COVID-19. On the other hand, the other arm, 125, 9 people developed the COVID-19. So you can see 9:1 is a significance, a major significance, where we can see that's a randomized controlled trial published in literature in the PubMed, and that shows that the how much we can learn, how much we can use, how much we can take the help of meditation, Vipassana, and all these things which are very, very helpful, whether it is mindfulness, whether it is something which calms down. And I told you 70% of the anxiety problems in the society can be managed very well without any medicine, without any psychiatrist's help. And we need to work together, all of us to have to work together so that we can contribute to the society and alleviate the mental health problems, particularly in our young population, women, as well as in the senior population. So it's not only happening in the country, in India, it's happening globally also. So I was, last September, I was invited for a science summit in United Nations General Assembly, where we discussed with all over the countries with how we can improve the mental health as a part of the brain health, where we can invest, and it is being linked to the brain economy now, the brain capital, brain economy. So it is always been happening that if you have a brainy people, if your brain health is optimum, if your mental health is adequate, your productivity will increase 11 times. If you invest in $1 in brain health, including the mental health, your returns are $11. So most of the corporates, whether it is McKinsey or it is KPMG or it is EY, they are now having a brain health institutes. The McKinsey has a brain health institute, which is a very big component of mental health, and their main stakeholders are psychiatrist, Professor Shekhar Saxena was named, and then he spent many years in WHO Geneva. He is the lead there in the McKinsey Brain Health Institute, looking after the mental health, how to make a policy, how to make a it's mainly a advisory consultancy institute, but that is advising many countries, many corporates, many stakeholders in the global, that why we should invest in mental health, why we should invest in the brain health, and how it is linked to the economic returns or economic dividends. What we say, if you invest in mental health, if you work for the mental health, including the non-pharmacological as well as pharmacological measures. So that is something. Now I made a presentation to Niti Yog last month where why we should invest in brain health to change the society or the social development of the country or economic development of the country. So something the economists have never thought about it. So the Niti Yog has a think tank which is most of the economists are there. PM has Honorable Prime Minister has Economic Advisory Council, with a lot of experienced economists there, and we made a point, we made a agenda for them that we should think about brain capital and brain economy, where the mental health comes at the top of our working population. So if we have people with a good mental health, a good brain health, our economy, our GDP is likely to be at a very fast pace. Our Prime Minister has a dream of having a third largest economy in the next 5 years. So obviously, the brain health and brain economy and brain capital also is a major component contributing to that, and mental health comes on top of this. So I'm not going into details about the major component of the deliberation, which the experts are here who are going to give a keynote address. I'm not the expert, but it's my privilege to come and listen to them and learn from them, and along with you I will be learning also. Of course, I am not well today. I will try to be here as much as possible, as long as possible, but tomorrow I am sure I will be here and I will learn from the experts and take points, take notes from the experts here and take it forward to the stakeholders, whether it is in the society, academics, or it is in the policy, or it is in the government level. So with all these words, I am again thankful, grateful to the organizers for having me here, giving me this opportunity to talk to you, to address you and learn from all of you, so that it can be beneficial to us and beneficial to us, all of us. Lastly, I must wish you a very, very happy new year, and with the gratitude that 2024 was good, and hopeful that 2025 will be much more productive, much more calm, peace, and we will all have a growth, prosperity, and a very, very healthy 2025 years. Thank you very much, sir, once again for having me, and it's absolutely pleasure. And my memory goes back in 80s when I had this proud privilege of having a lesson of His Holiness Dalai Lama Ji, and I keep that inspiration along with me. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Rajendra Kumar Damija Ji, for your wonderful words and for your profound experiences, which is really a great motivation and a big inspiration for all of us, sir. Thank you. Now I would like to request our keynote speaker from the Western Psychology, Professor Urminanda Biswasji, to kindly address the gathering. And before that, may I request our Director, Venerable Geshe Abdullah, to kindly offer the traditional white scarf and the souvenir to our keynote speaker from the Western Psychology, Professor Urminanda Biswasji. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Urminanda Biswasji. Professor Urminanda Biswasji, Professor and Head of the Department of Psychology, Delhi University. Thank you very much, Venerable Geshe Abdullah. Thank you, ma'am. Before I proceed, I would like to give you a brief introduction about Professor Urminanda Biswasji. Professor Urminanda Biswasji, who is the professor and the head of the Department of Psychology, Delhi University, is an applied social psychologist focusing on health, gender, and workplace behavior. Before joining Delhi University, she held the position of professor and the head of the Department of Psychology at Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda and Ahmedabad University, Gujarat. She has over 28 years of postgraduate teaching and research experience. She has been a visiting professor at Gothenburg University, Sweden, and a senior research fellow at Roehampton University, London. She has successfully supervised 19 PhD scholars. She has completed international collaborative projects with grants from the Commonwealth Secretariat, United Kingdom, Population Council, New York, British Council, United Kingdom, Forte, Sweden, Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, and several other funded national research projects as PI. Professor Biswasji research reflects her engagement with the mind-body connection and its impact on health impairing and health promoting behavior across diverse population. She is intrigued by the effects of cognitive behavioral intervention to improve the health and well-being among otherwise vulnerable groups like people living with HIV, AIDS, the senior population with cognitive impairments, institutionalized seniors, and young women immigrant abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request our keynote speaker from Western Psychology, Professor Urminanda Biswasji, to kindly address the gathering with her topic of presentation on building resilience and promoting well-being from neuroscience to psychology. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
Very good morning to all of you present here. I am very thankful to Tibbet House and BSA down for giving me this opportunity to meet you all and speak a little bit about neuroscience and psychology. I would like to good morning to Professor Ghameza, Professor Nibuti, and BSA General, and all my colleagues and students present here. Today I'm going to talk about a little bit about neuroscience. What kind of neuroscience? I mean, when we talk about neuroscience, as Professor Hamiza just indicated, it is a gamut of research, plethora of research, and a lot of work in different directions and different aspects, different frameworks are being done in neuroscience. But the responsibility I have been given is to connect it with psychology, psychological interventions, and how we can talk about building resilience and promoting well-being. Resilience is very important, as you have been hearing since morning, looking at the global scenario, and also across different groups, socio-demographic groups, different vulnerable groups, we need to build resilience to make them stronger and growth-oriented. So to start with, this is a very broad definition, of course, as you see that neuroscience includes brain, nervous system, spinal cord, neurons, and how they interact, how they interact to give us brain health and brain capital and good physical and psychological health together. So when you're talking about, there is a concept of neuroscience psychology these days which talks about the integrated approach, how the effect of brain works on psychological responses to overall well-being. It helps us to learn and recognize the connection of physical responses to possible emotional and psychological issues. And if we understand that how brain functions are connected with psychological responses to different challenging circumstances or stress, anxiety, and so on, maybe we can think of planning interventions and doing a lot of consolidated work to protect mental health. So when we're talking about, I have used the term psychological well-being and resilience. So when we're talking about well-being, we are talking about, there are different types of well-being being talked about in psychology, like by psychological well-being, subjective well-being, different types of well-being, and it is a consolidation of several things, like people use different terms like flourishing, happiness, life satisfaction. So there are different, a lot of terms and concepts are used to basically explain that how people experience well-being. When you're talking about, bring many definitions together from Ed Diner to Carol Reeve to a lot of people who are working in the field, it becomes the consolidation of all these terms that how we are talking about happiness, flourishing, and all. Whereas when we are talking about resilience, resilience talks about the ability of an individual to withstand and overcome the detrimental social, psychological, and biological effects of severe stress. Resilience is important in today's society to make us, to counterbalance the stress and anxiety that we are going through. Otherwise, it may jeopardize our physical and mental health. So, resilience is a process. It is an adaptive process. It is an active process which goes on, and we have to build resilience through methods which may make it sustainable. The whole thing is, what we are going to talk about today is that when I mentioned about happiness, there can be hedonic happiness and eudaimonic happiness. Hedonic happiness basically relates to pleasure, joy, which can be created by stimulating certain brain centers. But when it is, there was an experiment on the rats when they press the bar, not because they are gaining anybody, because it stimulates the brain center that gives them happiness, gives them joy or pleasure. But this happiness is different from eudaimonic happiness, where it talks about sustained satisfaction, or which promotes the growth in the individual. So our ultimate, pleasure and joy is fine, which can be linked to the sensory satisfaction and all, but eudaimonic happiness talks about a higher level of happiness, or which promotes or which motivates people towards growth. And we will see that when we are talking about neuroscience, it not only talks about the brain regions, they call it intracranial system, and there are different parts of the brain which are related to creating this kind of happiness, self-stimulating, or they call it reward center, which stimulates the brain to create these kind of feelings. And there are centers like, these are all technical things, so I personally do not, have not studied that kind of research. I have not documented those kind of neuroscientific aspects of the research, but what I am talking to you is from different studies which have been done. And it says that the ventral tegmental atria, or VTA, dopamine, serotonin, norepinephrine, and oxytocin. There are four, hormones which contributes to create the kind of happiness that my colleagues will agree. And there are specific centers in the brain which, when stimulated, or which responds, or which helps to create or enhance this kind of hormones, and which this circuit brings in the feelings of positive effect amongst the individuals. And that is why when it is, there is a sustained activity, sustained stimulation of the reward center, it may lead to higher levels of eudaimonic happiness. Saying that, we say that the reward center activity leads to the motivation for growth needs and life satisfaction. That has been reported in the studies which have been done in the field of neuroscience. So when we are talking about neuroscience and psychology today, there are two major research areas which, by and large, has got a lot of attention from the academia and neurologists, psychoneuroimmunologists, neurobiologists, and of course psychologists. So one field is neurobiology. So what I am going to quote here is from neurobiology of resilience, because I am talking about resilience today. So all of us know and have heard about HPA axis, hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis, which is the key to keep our secretion of different hormones. And in brain, when you are talking about the nervous system, the neurobiological system, the how resilience is maintained, or what promotes or leads to resilience, what is linked to resilience in the individual is one of the hormone is testosterone, which leads to neural plasticity. Neural plasticity basically talks about how we can, how it can generate and change and adapt to different kinds of challenges, and it can change the function by neuroplasticity, how it can adapt and change to respond to different challenging situations. So that is one hormone which leads to resilience. The other one you hear a lot about. Nowadays, people talk about Bonvita advertisement, or when there is any advertisement for any health drinks, they talk about DHEA. Give Bonvita to your children and it will enhance the brain growth. So this commonly and out of sleeve, mention of DHEA is actually dihydropianoandrosterone, which basically they talk about it. Enables, it is a growth hormone, but also it has got neuroprotective effects, and we link it to create happiness and flourishing in individuals. And there are also neuropeptides, and one of them is neuropeptide Y, which is a neurotransmitter which modulates stress response and promotes emotional stability. There are what happens, why we are talking about resilience today. When Professor Dhamija talked about brain capital, I was so impressed with the term brain capital. I had heard about social capital, positive psychological capital, and things like that. So maybe it can be linked to the thing that when your capital is more, you are more resilient. And when resilient individuals have robust serotonin signaling. Serotonin is responsible for your positive affect and higher dopamine as well. So oxytocins and endorphins are other hormones which regulates our positive affect. There are positive affect and negative affect. Positive affect leads to positive psychological states and positive psychological interpretation of different situations. Negative affect is basically linked to cortisol and glucocorticoids, higher level of glucocorticoids. So cortisol creates, when there is higher stress, there is more cortisol secretion, and when there is continuous higher stress, we have heard about, the body system when it goes for exertion and we get affected. We succumb to chronic stress, and that's how it starts with different kinds of lifestyle-related diseases, and our immune system breaks up, and so on and so forth. When you're talking, what is the point of talking about neurobiology of resilience is that research has recorded, research has, it has been reported by research that we can intervene and we can enhance resilience through therapeutic interventions. And through these therapeutic interventions can be neurofeedback mechanisms and other non-invasive brain stimulation targeted at different brain regions. So it can affect the different brain neural networks so that it can bring in turn neuroplasticity or neuroplastic changes in the brain. There have been therapeutic interventions like cognitive and behavioral techniques, what Nimhans and Ivas experts are doing extensively using with people with mental health challenges. So it has also been seen that this kind of interventions can tap neuroplasticity by rewiring neural pathways and developing more adaptive thinking patterns. So we, till now, what I was trying to talk about, thank you. Okay, so now maybe I am speaking very slow. So this is also another area, neurobiology of resilience, and this is another area of research is neuroscience of well-being and flourishing. I'll share this PPT with maybe people who want to read these papers can also go through the details of the papers. So these are the, it has been seen that there are mindfulness, intervention, compassion, intervention for enhancing compassion and intervention for enhancing creativity has actually changed it has affected, it has been created by the, it has seen the changes in the brain system and so this intervention can be done to enhance the brain health. I am borrowing the term from Professor Dhamija now. So there are pathways to enhance the enhance flourishing, resilience, building capacity through enhancing brain health. I'll skip this. I have 2 minutes to go. So these are 2 books I would, I would like that people sitting here should go through. One is a book by Lisa Feldman Barrett, which revolutionized the concept of emotion. She's talking about the secret of emotion, and she's talking about, challenging the age-old idea of emotion being, controlled by when we face or that it is when we face a challenging situation, we see the situation and it creates emotion. She claims that emotion, we construct our own emotions. She talks about the constructive theory of emotion. And the second book is by The Upside of Stress by Kelly McGonigal. She says that how the brain, stress is good, stress is meaningful. People who are not stressed, they are bored. So there have been a number of studies which has reported to say that stress is required for meaningful living. We can start with Viktor Frankl and see that across the situations. So both these things talks about how we can change our response to situation by constructing our emotions, changing our mindset. It is extremely important that we look at our emotions this way. And this is a very old book, Molecules of Emotion by Candace Pott. And it started, this book was one of the books which started talking about mind-body connection, where she talks about how the chemicals that controls our emotion they also control the brain, and that's how they are connected. I would just take 1 minute to talk about my research. In a very small way. One was with HIV positive people, or the people living with HIV and AIDS. Randomized control trial study. We started with 40 people, and we did the gave them visualization and guided imagery and positive thought induction therapy. And would you believe that after 8 weeks of intervention, there was a change not only in their mental health, but also some of the immune assays that we did. But it was a very small sample, but I couldn't take it for a larger, And these were, initially we took, cognitive impairment. I was basically concerned, as Sir said, that mostly dementia or cognitive impairment goes unnoticed in India, and mostly in institutionalized seniors and people who are in the, kind of rural area and uneducated and so on and so forth. My colleague, Professor Ajizuddin Khan, is here. He is also working in a similar area. So we took the people who are suffering from mild cognitive impairment, and we took kind of control and experimental group and gave yoga intervention for 6 weeks. And surprisingly, I am very happy to report to you that yoga intervention for 6 weeks had a positive impact on their, it arrested the cognitive impairment scores, got reduced to some extent, and there were improvement in their mental health, depression, anxiety scores got reduced, and stress score got. So these are, I think we need to document, do more scientific randomized control trial studies to document the effect of this kind of intervention, be that mindfulness, compassion therapy, yoga, or all kinds of contemplative practices to see its effect on brain health and the immune parameters, health parameters. That will help the, I think, human race, the world, in a great way to arrest. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and wish you all a very happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Urminanda Biswasji, for your lovely presentation on the topic Building Resilience and Promoting Well-Being from Neuroscience to Psychology. Thank you, ma'am. Now, may I invite our keynote speaker from the neuroscience perspective, Professor Bindu M. Kutiji, to kindly address the gathering. And before that, I would like to give you a brief introduction about her. Professor Bindu M. Kutiji is a PhD and a senior professor of Neurophysiology Department of Neurophysiology, former professor and head of the Department of Neurophysiology and officer in charge, Center for Consciousness Studies, National Institute of Mental Health and Neuroscience. She has 30 years of experience in teaching and research in neurophysiology at NIMHANS. She has established the Center for Consciousness Studies at NIMHANS in 2019 with a mission to build a platform for undertaking multidisciplinary research in the domains of science, humanities, and culture pertaining to consciousness by integrating Indian philosophical wisdom with neuroscience. She has received many honors and awards, such as Professor S.L. Bhatia Oration Award for the contribution in neurophysiology research and teaching in the year 2022, Professor A.S. Paintel Award for contribution in research and physiology in the year 2019, Professor Deshpande Award for excellency in neurophysiology research in the year 2017, by Academic Excellence Award by the American Association of Physicians of Indian Origin. She has also contributed as editorial board member, Neurobiology of Learning and Memory, International J of Clinical and Experimental Physiology, and by the President of Cognitive Neuroscience Society, India. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request Professor Bindu M. Kutiji to kindly address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
Wishing you all a very happy and prosperous year to 2025. And it's a nice beginning, like we are starting our year with a very nice thought-provoking conference on perspectives of mental experience. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Professor Rajendra, Venerable Ishe Sorjid Abdul, Professor Bishwas, respected speakers and chairpersons, respected participants. A very good morning to you all. I really take the opportunity to thank Tibet House for organizing such a wonderful, thought-provoking conference almost every year. This is the 9th series, and I'm so lucky to be participated in at least 4 of the series. And I'm sure if any student who is attending these conferences definitely will get a very wider perspective of mind and mental activities, and that definitely help you to lead, to get a wider perspective of life itself. With this small note, I thought my keynote, I will talk on neuroscience of mental experience from the perspective of thought, because when I have seen the scientific program, everything has been covered, on meta-awareness, then self-regulation and emotion regulation, well-being, mind-wandering. Quite a lot of mental activities have been covered. So I thought the thought, for example, if you consider thought, that is the beginning, that is a beginning of all your mental activities, I can say. Say, for example, your cognitive functions, your emotions, all begins with the thought, and it is a mental process. And the thought definitely determines the quality of your life, and depending upon the content of the thought. So I thought I'll just give you a small perspective of thought, and I will leave you so that the next session can start. And I am also giving a small talk on Vipassana and equanimity. So there I will be speaking a little bit about our studies. So here this is just our perspective of like mental experience, taking thought as an example. So thought, it is one of the fundamental aspects of our mental experience, and it resting, definitely your mind wanders. And there are areas which are activated to activate this mind wandering. And thoughts, spontaneous thought generation. There are many things happens. So these sharp of these kind of brain oscillations are seen during resting period, during mind wandering, and most of the time, almost 25 to 50% of our daytime, we will be wandering our mind. There will be mind wandering. 50% of the time we are spending in mind wandering, and even during sleeping you can see mind wandering. We call it as dream. So dream is an example of mind wandering during sleep. Okay, so mind wandering is there, and 50% of the time we are spending in mind wandering. And during mind wandering, what is happening? We will be just indulging in various aspects of our thoughts, self-referential thought processes, and there are brain areas which are involved in self-referential thought processes, like like all these brain areas. So this form a network. We call it as a default mode network. So DMN is highly active during mind wandering, that is during resting as well as during sleeping. So, and that activate your thought processes. And these thought processes and these intrinsic functional connectivity is very, very important in life, because this helps in dynamic changing of your cognitive map, and definitely it is very important for adaptation to behavior. So there is lot of behavioral flexibility, lot of cognitive flexibility depends upon these kind of mind wandering. So mind wandering itself, there are different types. Like you can say that is very important, during resting period, or during, you spend your time even to plan your future, so that your mind wanders from your past to, through the present to the future, you can plan, and this is very important for imagination, for creativity. So mind wandering is very, very important. There are, it is very important for enhancing your well-being. Whereas suppose, now I have told you that the thoughts, like if that determines the quality of your thought. If the thought is very negative, what happens? The thought, all various negative aspects of your thought, like say for example, that leads to rumination, that leads to anxiety, fear. So, all negative aspects. So, when your mind takes you to the negative aspect, you can see that the mental activity, the mental capabilities are highly reduced. See for example, its attention capabilities are highly reduced. Its stability, the focus of the mind, the capabilities of mind is very limited, and the awareness is limited, your psychological capabilities are limited. So you see that, so the thought itself now, can determine if the mind capabilities are very reduced, definitely the thought process also will go towards the negativity. Whereas your mind has, like it is when it is expanded with the clarity of mind, with the focus is very wider, and with your attention is very high, definitely it enhances your awareness, it enhances your psychological capabilities, it enhances your confidence. Then you can think of, that enhances your imagination and creativity and so on. So thought is so important, and thought is determined by the mental, network activities. So what are the network activities now? So when we think about the thought, the thought processes, it is the integration of three major networks are involved in this. That is, one is salience network, the other one is central executive network, the other one is default mode network, and there is an integration. You can see that. So during normal processing of thought, all these are integrated so well that each one, see for example, DMN activity is going little high, especially when you are engaged in cognitive processes, you can see that the DMN activity will be brought into control actually. So there is an integration, and this integration definitely help us to perform all our cognitive activity, to mediate all our emotions, and so on. Whereas so DMN is mainly associated with self-monitoring processes and mind wandering, activation of memories, and spontaneous thoughts. Whereas cognitive central executive network, cognitive control of behaviors, executing goal-directed activity, and emotional and affective behaviors. And salience network is associated with extracting the salient features of the stimuli. So that is also very important, and it controls both the DMN and CEN. So when you are engaged in cognitive aspects, you can see that there is an interaction between the salience network and the central executive network, and that enhances all your cognitive abilities. When you are like during rest period, you can see that the salience network enhances the activity of the DMN, and that enhances mind wandering, thought processes, and so on. So this is how these are integrated. And so with this introduction, see, I just wanted to tell you that we are all experience basic consciousness during various aspects of your thought, perception, all your, like mental activities. We call it as basic consciousness because the quality of the basic, the consciousness can also be divided, can be classified according to the experience, like the quality of experience. So the quality of experience is very, very important. So during, like most of your active period, sometime you are entering in an autopilot mode. You are not that very attentive to your cognitive processes also. So you experience basic consciousness, then there is no explicit awareness of the content of consciousness. You are not experiencing the content of consciousness or processing the consciousness or the meta-consciousness. And this kind of lifestyle, if you follow, definitely suffering is there. Like suffering exists because you are perturbed easily by the sudden emotional surge. You experience negative emotions, you have desires, you have passions. So when you are just an average individual, just like I can say that animals also, or the brain they use is only the cognitive brain and the emotional brain. If we have the capabilities, but suppose if we are only using the emotional and cognitive brain exclusively for survival, all these can be expected, that suffering can be expected. And you are passionate, you are emotionally disturbed very easily, and definitely you experience negative emotions. So in Buddhism, you can say that the well-being, especially, they talk only about two types of well-being, that is unwholesome well-being as well as wholesome well-being. So in wholesome well-being, you can, like you have to utilize your life to manifest various virtues. So if you are capable of manifesting various virtues, that means you are experiencing a wholesome well-being, actually. So if you are having this ordinary basic, if you are experiencing only ordinary basic consciousness, definitely suffering is a part of it, and negative emotions are part of it, and definitely it is not a wholesome well-being. I will just skip all this. So now how to enhance the meta-awareness, meta-consciousness? Definitely there are various techniques, and definitely studies on meditation technique have demonstrated that various aspects of meditation definitely can cultivate meta-awareness. And once you are able to cultivate meta-awareness, it is a heightened state of awareness. It reduces mind wandering, it enhances your awareness, and thus it regulates self-regulation, emotion regulation, and definitely enhances awareness. And these, anyway, I am not going into the details because you will be listening to these talks subsequently. So negative thoughts definitely, the content will be definitely of negative. It can be even occurring during dream and emotional disturbances. Negative thoughts can occur any time of the day. See, for example, we have carried out a study on during COVID period, and we have observed the relationship between negative emotions that affect your quality of life and also affect the quality of your sleep. And in general, the quality of sleep in turn affect your dreams. So it is like a vicious cycle. How thought causes suffering? That is a very important thing. That is because mainly the thought stickiness is the root cause. Like we are fused with our thought. When we are fused with our thought, we think that is the quality of our life. Actually, these are perceptions. These perceptions of thought and emotions are not accurate depiction of your life. It is only the mental processes. But since you are fused with your thoughts, your mental capabilities are narrowed down, and you don't have that wisdom to think that these are only the mental activities. So one way to come out, and there are studies to show that, when you are fused with your thought, or if people are asked to think about, indulge in their thought, they prefer to even to receive electric shock. They are so scared or to be, like they don't want to be with the negative thoughts. So negative thoughts are associated with excessive activity of DMN as well as excessive activity of the salience network. You can even see that the entire cognitive process comes down. And that definitely leads to various aspects of negative aspects. So how to come out of this? Why thought causes immense problems? And how to use thoughts as a tool towards well-being? So this should be our, suppose if you are also having these kind of negative thoughts, negative emotion, that leads to anxiety, fear, and negative aspects of life, emotions, you should think that how to come out of this. This thought itself can be used as a tool to come out of, or to enhance well-being. That is the thought stickiness, you should come out of that thought stickiness or thought identification. You should come out of that, and this kind of de-identification and de-reification definitely will help you to enhance your well-being. So we have come up with one model. This anyway definitely I will be talking in the subsequent talk. So I'm not going into these details. And definitely there are ways to manage your thought. Scientifically, there are studies either through cognitive behavioral therapy or RTMS or to neurofeedback mechanism. You can restructure your thoughts, you can activate. So you can see that the activation of your cognitive networks, that definitely enhance, that can overcome this negative aspect of your thought and can direct the thought towards positivity and enhancement of well-being. So definitely you can modulate your thought and enhance your individual well-being, and definitely enhancement of the individual well-being is lead to enhancement of social well-being. So I will stop here, wishing you a great learning experience during this 2 days deliberations. Thank you so much once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Bindu M. Kutiji, for your lovely words of appreciation and your profound wisdom on the topic. And last but not the least, now may I invite our director, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, who will be speaking from the Buddhist psychology perspective on nature of consciousness and psychology. And before that, I would like to give you a brief introduction about Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula. Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula is currently the director of Tibet House, the cultural center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. While being assigned with the responsibility of the directorship of Tibet House, New Delhi, he also gives regular lectures and leads philosophy classes in Tibet House and other places as well. He travels widely within India and abroad to teach Buddhist philosophy, psychology, logic, and practice. He has also worked on several books. As assigned by the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, he has visited the United States in the year 2008 to work with Professor Paul Ekman on His Holiness the Dalai Lama's book, Ethics for a New Millennium Part 2, and the book series called Art of Happiness, which were jointly written by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, such as The Graded Path. He has written a number of papers for national and international conferences on topics such as the paradox of the brain and mind, and ultimate reality according to Arya Nagarjuna. He is currently in the process of writing 2 important books, one entitled as Journey into the Paradox of Brain and Mind, and the other one, What Constitutes the Ultimate Reality, the Effects of Understanding the Ultimate Reality. May I invite Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula to kindly address the gathering from the Buddhist psychology perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Venerable Geshe-la.
Happy New Year to all of you, and respected chief guest, Professor Rajendraji, the director of IBAS, New Delhi, and Professor Bindu Guruji from Neuroscience, and Professor Urmilaji from Delhi University. And we also have Dr. Kojarji here. And thank you for accepting our invitation the last minute for the special talk, lecture by you from AIMS. In fact, we see that during the earlier presentations of the earlier speakers, we see there's a great lot of intersection among the psychologists speaking neuroscience, neuroscientists speaking psychology. So there's an intersection there. This is something which cannot be avoided. And this tells us one thing. This is a great message for all of us. Or particularly here we see that there are many students from Delhi University, Galkotis. And particularly I would say that this is a big message for the students. And anyway, one thing that I'd like to share with you is that since that I'm involved with the Tibet House since 2009, and I can see the evolution in the audience of the conference, and every time it becomes younger. Now the audience is very young. Olden times, 15 years ago, I say, oh, the audience, perhaps I was the youngest one. Now I'm the oldest one. Okay, of course I'm aging, and also the quality of the audience is just amazing. It's just younger, because the hope lies in the youngsters. Okay, with this in mind, so we talk about neuroscience, we talk about the mental health, we talk about the mental and the capital, brain capital, we talk about psychology and so forth. So finally, there are some important points which I would like to bring to you from Buddhist perspective, but I would be hesitant, or I would not be too happy to say Buddhist perspective. It would be more like the reality. For example, say we learn about relativity theory taught by Albert Einstein, and we don't say it is it is Israeli or it is Jewish science. No, it's a science. So likewise we learn Charles Darwin's evolutionary theory. We don't say this is British science, this is science. So likewise, the point is that we need to learn the intersection of the different disciplines. And from there, what is the whole goal? What is the purpose? What's the goal? So the goal, if I say something, you may see that, oh, this is more his point of view. So let us see what UNO is talking about. UNO, which is the most important body in the world. And how effective that is, that's a different story. But then at least there's a body which is considered as the most important, which should be respected by all over, by all the nations of the world. So it talks about the Sustainable Development Goals. So there, if you turn to, out of the 17, we go to number 3. It talks about the good health and well-being. Good health and well-being. So this is on the most important, the most important body of the world, UNO. And what is well-being? So WHO talks about the well-being. It's not just a state of complete physical, it's a state of complete physical and mental and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So there's a tremendous emphasis placed on the mind, mental mental and social well-being. So social means it's not just a particular, a small community or individual person or the neurons or the electrons, protons, and so forth. It's a collection of, say, the millions and billions of atoms, molecules, or the cells, and they, in synchrony, they work. We see them in the form of human being, or as a society, or as a world. So this is where lies, what is that factor which drives all these things? So here, Tibet House, when we organize such programs, these are to encourage people to go into, to become very objective in our approach, not to fall into blind faith. So that part we discourage. We always tend to encourage the young, particularly the youngsters, to go more to be very objective in our approach. So if we think of that, we talk about the mind which governs. So where the mental health is a very serious matter which Professor Rajendraji brought up, and then the keynote speakers brought up. Mental health, the mind. So what is that mind? This is a huge question. And yes, we can see that when we are very happy, when we are sitting in a cozy room like this, then we talk about, well, oh no, what is mind? It's just the brain. So, but there is a mind, which empirically we can experience, which actually decides the whole world, your plight, the plight of a family, plight of the nation, and plight of the whole world, you know. So, what is that mind? So before I plunge into this, say the mental problems, which again, our chief guest indicated that there are cases of suicides happening everywhere in the world, particularly in the universities, academic institutions like IITs, IIT Delhi. So frequent cases of suicide are seen, extremely sad. What's going wrong? Where? Is it on the brain level? Or where? If I ask this question to you, your first thing that you will say is that there's some mental problem, sadness, deep anxiety, stress, depression. You will say that. And then how that is happening? Then the neuroscientists, they'll speak on the neurons, the neurologists, they speak of how to fix it on the basis of the fixing the, think of the, okay, somewhere, this, so where, how this, that, the damage happened to the brain, how? So all these are the things where the intersection of the different disciplines, like psychiatry, neuroscience, the neurologist and the psychologists, is all required to come together in the form of intersection and in the form of the people learning about the need for the intersection of these disciplines. So look at all these problems indicated by UNO. So look at this. So what is anxiety? The things happening amongst the teens. For example, I myself, we all have been, and there are so many youngsters here, most likely in your 20s, and it just represents those who are in your 20s. Represents those who are in your 20s. Okay, most of you are in your 20s. So this problem that we see in the youngsters, and then the teenagers, you have the problem. So these problems is quite painful. So now, for example, I went through this myself, and now when I see the youngsters coming up with the mental problems, I could really empathize very profoundly. So this is a very serious problem. Where is that problem? And what is that person feeling? So it is happening where? The person will firsthand feel it. The person cannot see one's brain, but the person can feel it. That is known as empirical reality. Whereas if there's so much damage happening in your brain, but if you are just so happy, peaceful, and been constructive, it's not a problem. But even if the brain is okay, all the parameters are okay, but say you become extremely mentally unhappy, then people say there is a problem. There's a problem. That is the mental problem. But it doesn't mean that, it doesn't rule out that mental problem has nothing to do with your brain. Yes, there's a correlation. Therefore, intersection is required. So like what? Look at these pictures. Look at these the photographs. The small child, if you see a child like this, what do you feel? There's a deep empathy coming within you. And look at this gentleman, look at this lady. So what's happening? Say, if you look on the atomic level of these, the tears, the eyes, the face, on the atomic level, there's nothing for you to empathize with. But when you look at these pictures, you do empathize with them. What is that? Where is that happening? This is a very serious question. If you deconstruct, people tend to deconstruct, for example, our mental activities, we tend to deconstruct it on the brain, and the brain deconstructed on the molecules. For example, the cells, molecules, atoms. Then you don't feel any, the empathy disappears. The role of empathy, the empathy has nothing to do with you when it comes to on the atomic level, on the cellular level. There's nothing. Empathy makes no sense. But when you look at these photographs, we do feel empathy. Where is that happening? This is a very serious question. But the same thing, if I say that, look at these, say if I'm very cold-hearted, if I say, okay, look at these tears are made of the, say, atoms. And you will all agree. The moment you come on that level, atoms, then your empathy disappears. Look at these people, where eyes closing, the child rubbing the eyes. These are all cells. And when I was in class 11, when I was in class 10, class 11, I took biology and mathematics both. Class 12, I dropped biology. And then my biology teacher, I was amazed that my maths teacher, he came to me and said that, Dorji, why did you drop biology? And I said, in my mind, what was going in my mind, this young boy's mind, was, this is not your business. You are a mathematics teacher. If I drop mathematics, you should be concerned. But I dropped biology, but I do not say anything. Mentally, this was going in my mind. And later on, I discovered that it was a biology teacher who persuaded the maths teacher to convince this young boy to continue to pick up biology. So because now no connect with the biology teacher, because I just dropped biology. I continued with my physics and mathematics. So the biology teacher could not get access to me. So biology teacher, knowing that maths teacher has access to me, or I have access to maths teacher, so she persuaded the maths teacher. Okay, so I dropped that. Then the point is, what I'm saying is that the studies of this, the studies of your mind, it is on different levels. So therefore the intersection is required with the same phenomena. Say you as a person, how many of you have once upon a time you felt deeply depressed and sad? Raise hands. Deeply depressed and sad. Look at the person, your parents, okay, helicopter parents, always watching, say, what time, hey, my daughter, when are you coming? It's already 6 o'clock, right? And you look at your friends around, again, the problem. Wherever you look at, there's a problem, your mind sings, deeply depressed. Just imagine if somebody tells you that, what's happening to you? You are just a bunch of atoms, right? Then it has nothing to do with your mental state that you feel so depressed. These two are totally disconnected. But are they disconnected? They're not disconnected. Where in earlier times, people studied them separately. Mental is something separate, psychology is separate, neuroscience is separate, and physics separate. Now the intersection is required. We are more developed in our, say, the human knowledge. We see the need of the interdisciplinary studies. So with this in mind, the next question is about, so what is that mind? No doubt, No doubt whether you're a physicist, believer, non-believer. Okay. 2 minutes. Okay. So what is this mind? Is this purely physical or is it metaphysical? Metaphysical meaning which is non-physical. What is that? So based on that, the next question is, are the problems that we go through, say now the government, everywhere in the world, they spend a lot of money on mental health to set up mental health institutions. So with expectation that problems will be solved, can be solved, or can be minimized, mitigated. Now the problems, these mental problems, can they be solved or not solved? And then the talk, the speech by our chief guest, as well as the two keynote speakers, we see that where there is a mental quality, mental health, good mental health, we see that everything else is happening very successfully. There's a great success rate in the performance of the corporate world, of the institutions. So therefore, in many of the corporates, they deliberately include, say, some activities like yoga practice and so forth to bring about mental well-being for the employees. So the question is, if it is purely, say, the matter, if this, what we call as a mental mind, if it is, which is empirical, I'm talking about the empirical mind, I'm sad, I'm depressed, I don't want to go to the conference today. So that mind, which you can feel, based on which you can feel the joy, based on which you feel the sadness, depression, that mind, which is the empirical reality, that empirical mind, if it's purely reduced, if you take a reductionist approach to the physical matter, there's a great limitation there. There's a great limitation. So if there's a purely physical, then the cure, healing is not possible because there's a limitation to the physical. And whereas if it is metaphysical, it is non-physical, then you have to explain what it is empirically, not only based on some theology or some stories or some theological the presentations. So this is where the Buddha taught about mental experience as non-physical yet empirical, and this is a core which governs the whole world, which governs your world, which governs the institutions, which governs the whole nation. For example, Singapore, say one prime minister who I admire the most since my childhood was the first Singaporean prime minister, Lee Kuan Yew. Why? This one man makes this small island a beautiful paradise in the world. One man made this small island. Next door neighbor, Malaysia, is a huge nation. It has everything, natural resources, everything, but they cannot make it a paradise. Singapore, which was once a part of Malaysia, now it became, just the moment it got in hands of Lee Kuan Yew, he made it into paradise because of this person's brilliant thought to see things very comprehensively. So with this in mind, this is what I'm saying, the mind on the empirical level, not on the blinded. Okay, there's something mind. No, we're not talking about which is the empirical reality, based on which mental health institutions, they were all established, Nimhans established, and the other institutions within India, outside India, they were all established with this to heal this mental state. So that mental state is what the Buddha identified as a non-physical. It is not physical, which we cannot see. I'm going to go a little more into this in a while. But Charles Darwin, he did mention about mind, emotions, and so forth, but for him, it is purely about the evolution, human evolution. And of course, he taught a little bit about the other animals, but more so with respect to the emotions, he taught about the human evolution, which was from 4 billion years ago, since 4 billion years till today, and then more closely 0.3 million years ago, the Homo sapiens. So there, the human brain kept developing. So from 0.4 billion years, the unicellular organism came into existence on planet Earth, with the water coming to being on planet Earth. And 4.6 billion years ago, the planet Earth come out of the sun. So with this, he was talking more about the brain evolution, matter. So whereas then on that basis, he talks about the basic emotions like attachment, aversion, and fear and so forth as instincts which cannot be got rid of. And on top of that, we require them for survival of the fittest. So the next question is, what is mind? What is brain? Inevitably, the mind is the one which we don't see. We also don't see the brain. We don't see our brain. How many of you seen a brain? No one. You have not seen a brain, but you have felt your mind. You have experienced your mind. So what is mind? Which you experience? What's the brain? This is a very serious question. So, to make it very quick, that say when you feel sad, and some people they're so good at not expressing what they feel. They feel so sad deep inside, but they express it so like they're very happy. Deep inside the person is very sad. So yesterday a mother and son came to my office, and they're going to be separated very soon. And the mother was laughing, smiling. I said that this is not you. Deep inside you are very sad. And the mother said, that's true. So what I'm saying is that there is something inside which is what known as mind. So what is that mind? So this mother, if goes to the neuroscientists, put under the fMRI scan. So they see some brain waves, neurofirings, they can see, but they cannot see your mind. They don't see your mind. At the most, they can interpret. So the correlation between the brain and the mind, this correlation, mind is where the people feel the pain and the joys. And the brain, from the brain, you cannot say anything. But there's a correlation. And that correlation, you have to make it. The brain will not tell you that I am the happy brain, I am the unhappy brain. No. If you read Professor Michio Kaku's book, The Future of Mind, you must read this book. He's not a neuroscientist. He's a physicist, world-renowned physicist, but a brilliant, multi-skilled. And he wrote this book, The Future of Mind. And all the data that he gathered, they're from his brilliant neuroscientists. So there, he talked about creating dictionary of the mental functions based on the findings of the brain activities, neural firings, brain activities, brain waves. On that basis, then the dictionary is being created, which means that brain does not tell you that I am this part of the mental function. You have to create dictionary to correlate. For example, the word. For example, word sangye. Okay, the young girls and boys, tell me, what's the word sangye? Indian boys and girls, sangye? You don't know, right? So the other boys and girls, you don't know what is sangye. You're getting it? This is just a word. For you, it's just an empty word. So somebody uses word to denote a reference. To denote. So it just attached a reference to this word, to this label. So these two are arbitrarily attached. Likewise, the brain working, activities of the brain and the mental functions, these two are, say, we're deliberately trying to connect it to with the help of creating a dictionary. So this is what you find. These are so important concepts. You, particularly young ones from the psychology department, you must read this book, The Future of the Mind by Michio Kaku. Okay, so the point of what I'm saying is that you feel so sad, but superficially you show, smile, happiness, and so forth. When you are sent to the fMRI scan, the neuroscientists cannot see anything. You see this is this pattern of the brain waves seen. The neurofire is happening. So what's the mental state? And particularly you said that you are sad, you maybe think of your son, or particularly your son, think of the son, but you're not speaking up. And then, so here what we see is that the neuroscientist can see your brain, cannot see your mind, doesn't know what's going in your mind, doesn't know what you're thinking, cognitively what you're thinking. He doesn't know that. And you, on the other hand, you know what you're thinking, first-hand experience, but you don't know what's going in your brain. So what you know, which neuroscientists cannot see, that is your mind. What neuroscientists can see, which you cannot see, that's your brain. This is the difference. Okay. So now I'll touch this part and then I'll stop here. Okay, before I get the second warning. Okay. So basically what I'm saying is that the intersection of the different disciplines is required. So for example, let's say we talked about, about what I showed, for example, if you're crying, and I've seen people crying, it's so painful. How many have seen people crying and you feel so sad with hands? You can empathize, yes. Okay, so with the same object, the person crying out of sadness, and I was moved. Okay, how many of you Ronaldo, the boys, I was moved, not because that I'm a fan of football. No, I'm not a fan of football. But why I'm moved by him was that once he happened to bump in a hospital and he saw a gentleman crying, and he asked, why, hey gentlemen, why are you crying? And he said that my daughter has to go through surgery and the surgery is so expensive, I don't have that money to pay. Instantly, this man, Ronaldo, what he said is that, don't worry, I'll pay all the expenses, medical expenses. He just signed and left. So there, you see that this is the heart, beautiful heart. He could empathize, this man, Ronaldo, he could empathize with somebody else's pain. That's happening on the mental level. It's so evident. The first one is evident phenomena. You can see that. Evident, you can feel that this person empathizes with the second one. Second person could feel the pain, and that the father felt the pain, and Ronaldo also empathizes, could feel the pain, resonate the pain in himself. So that's evidently seen. Then what is happening there is that, as I said earlier, so this tears coming down because the neurons, they give instruction to the tear glands to secrete tears. The moment you go in that level, we cannot see that. We cannot see that. That is slightly obscured phenomena. We cannot see that. But while the father is crying, that is happening. The brain, part of the brain, is giving instruction to the tear glands to secrete tears. And to secrete tears, the tear glands should have the muscles to squeeze. Muscles activated. So on that level, your empathy dissolves. Yet that is happening. That is on the second level. And then deep down, even these muscles, they're working. They're nothing but the cells. Cells are nothing but the molecules. Molecules are nothing but atoms. And even atoms, we see that we have seen atoms. But the atom is made of electrons, protons, neutrons. And this, on that level, then the NASA company said that beyond this is still a speculation. Beyond this, we don't know what is beyond this. So that is known as the very obscure phenomenon. Within the same domain of reality, we see that all these three things are they coexisting. They operate, and they coexist. So what is on that level, very obscure phenomena, is more the elementary, say, the study of the physics, elementary particles, study of the elementary particles. Then slightly obscure phenomena, more by the neuroscientist. And then finally, evident phenomena, where the social service people, they work. So actually, they are just dealing with the same object, which can be seen in three different levels. So this where, say, the mind can be on the first level, we do require, say, the very compassionate people, philanthropic people, very kind people to help save the world. Like today, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, to save the world. He does not talk about atoms, he talks about compassion. To save the world, that's required. Then on the deeper level, little down, subtler, we require the psychologists, neuroscientists. And then deeper, we require the physicists. So all three are required to fix one problem. This is known as the need of the interdisciplinary and the interdisciplines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable Geshe Dorje Abdullah, for your very powerful words of your profound knowledge on the subject and sharing with us with such a wonderful conviction on your encounters and experiences with examples correlating to the topic of your presentation today. Thank you very much, Venerable Geshe Dorje Abdullah. Now with this, we have come to the conclusion of the inaugural session for today's two-day conference on perspective of the mental experiences, neuroscience and psychology, series 9. And I would like to thank our chief guest, Honorable Professor Ravinder Kumar Damija ji, our keynote speaker from neuroscience perspective, Professor Bindu M. Kuti ji, our keynote speaker from the Western psychology perspective, Professor Urmi Nanda Biswas ji, and our director, Venerable Geshe Dorje Abdullah from the Buddhist psychology perspective. And I would also like to thank all the participants for having patience with us. And with this, we have come to the conclusion of the inaugural session. And I would also like to request you that we'll be starting the first session of today's conference within 5 minutes. So I would request all of you to kindly bear with us till the time we begin with the second session, which will be moderated by my colleague, Ms. Pemba Dun, and the topic will be on perception and metacognition. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and we'll begin this first session of the conference within 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति संगति बोधि स्वाहा था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था
Tashi Delik, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone joining us from across the world who are watching via Tibet House YouTube Live. Welcome to the first session of two-day conference on perspective of mental experience, neuroscience, and psychology, Series 9. It is my privilege to moderate this session, which brings together distinguished expertise from field of neuroscience, psychology, and related disciplines to delve into the intricate nature of mental experience. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Pem Patun, and I'm currently working as a Deputy Program Coordinator of Tibet House, the Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. This session focuses on perceptions and metacognition. To begin, it is my honor to welcome our Chairperson, Dr. Kanwal P. Kochal-ji, Head of Department of Psychology at AIMS, New Delhi. It is also my pleasure to introduce our distinguished speakers for this session. Dr. Azizuddin Khanji, Professor of Psychophysiology, Cognitive of Psychology, Department of Humanities and Social Science, IIT Bombay. And Professor Satyendra K. Pandey, Department of Buddhist Study, Delhi University. And Professor Sion Raman, University of Washington. Professor Simon John could not join us in person due to prior engagement, but we are very grateful for our recording presentations he has provided, which will be shared during his scheduled session. And may I kindly request our Chairperson, Dr. K.P. Kochal-ji, and our distinguished speakers to come on the dais and take your respective seats. Thank you. Before proceeding, I would like to make a few very quick announcements. We will have a 10-minute Q&A session at the end of the speaker's talk. Please feel free to ask questions during this time. Before I hand over the session to Dr. Kanwal P. Kochaji, please allow me to introduce a brief introduction. Dr. Kanwal P. Kochar is the professor and head of physiology at AIIMS, New Delhi, with 38 years of experience specializing in cognitive neurophysiology, nutrition, and integral health. She led underbreaking research on Indian species, cereals, probiotics, and traditional lifestyles. Her efforts have pioneered labs and interdisciplinary collaboration in neurophysiology and holistic health. Dr. Kanwal P. Kochar is a recipient of several prestigious awards, including WHO and Women Scientist Honors, and serves as a chairperson of the Fit India Nutrition Recommendations. She is deeply committed to integrating science and spirituality, organizing conferences and lectures on health cares and spirituality at AIIMS. Without further delay, I now invite our chairperson, Dr. Kanwal P. Kochar, to kindly lead the session. Thank you.
I can do it from here. Namaste. Tashidal. So, starting with today's session, I felt very gratified that the youngsters and senior people have gathered here, and it is not only, the word used was intersections, interface, interactions by Venerable Dorji. So we think this is really important, and even in our Western scientific literature, within the discipline of medical sciences also, psychology and neurology had gaps. And many years back, an editorial in the Lancet called Meeting of the Minds. So that is trying to bridge these gaps. And today even psychology and psychiatry are trying to find out what we call neurobiological and psychophysiological correlates, and how things are now kind of joining, because each of these domains or dimensions are part of the human subjective experience, and the human subjective experience is part of the universal experience. So as we go along today's deliberations, I shall introduce some of these concepts later also in my personal talk. So without taking more time from the distinguished speakers on my left and right and the distinguished audience in front of me, I would like to introduce Dr. Azizuddin Khan, who is professor in psychophysiology and cognitive psychology at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, and he's heading a laboratory where he's also doing many things like we at AIIMS do, mapping the brain and mapping the physiological, psychological correlates by visual tracking of attention. And I've been requested by him to be brief, but I guess it is the wisdom of the Tibet House director, sir, and the whole team who have put together, or I should say curated, luminaries and dignitaries in their respective fields, and over lunch maybe our consumers are our audience, and here we are also learning, unlearning and relearning today. So Dr. Khan, please start your presentation. Thank you.
All right. So now it is noon. So good afternoon. We started in the morning, and dignitaries at dais as well as respected members from audience. It is my kind of pleasure as well as kind of I think it is an opportunity to interact with you. It is first time I am here in this August gathering, especially looking psychological and neuroscientific perspective from Buddhist perspective. Though I will be talking about consciousness or maybe like some other related aspect from Western perspective, but as mentioned by previous speakers, that intersection is essential. So I feel still I'm relevant. But I will start with a few observations from previous speakers, and I will start with my colleague Professor Biswas. Our attempt should not be basically to just learn or to educate our youngers about just psychological well-being or to avoid kind of difficulties of life. Rather than we should teach our younger how to deal with that, because no matter how effective you are dealing with your situation, you are bound to face difficulties and challenges in the life. So we should basically train, and we should like educate ourselves how to deal with difficult situation, rather than just looking at that positive aspect of life or making positive in life. Because even there is a book, it's called Dopamine. It talks about that even if you are happy all the time, it bound to be kind of, you start feeling pinch of this, and it gets converted into negative thing. Because even those the people who are taking kind of drugs, they need something more. So ultimately it becomes a challenge. So we should strive for, and we should not shy about basically tackling with the problem or facing with the problem. Rather than we should see how we should navigate so that we can face the challenges. Now come to my topic, that is perception and cognition. Or I'll be talking about what is the relationship of perception and cognition. Actually, we should not restrict perception and cognition only, because metacognition is a phenomena where like not only perception but our learning, our memory, our decision making all gets influenced by metacognition and vice versa. So perception and metacognition, or learning and metacognition, or memory and metacognition is a two-way street. Each one is basically influencing each other. And then I'll be talking very briefly about neural underpinning of metacognition, and then some tips about that application and how we can teach our children about using metacognition to make more productive, more fruitful whatever they are doing. And then I'll be concluding it. So first thing about what does it mean by metacognition, and it's a kind of very basic definition that metacognition is the process through which individuals reflect and control their perception, learning, memories, and action. And within that, like say, basically it is a kind of evolution of one's own performance. It has already been observed that metacognition is quite instrumental in basically understanding or tackling the problem of depression and anxiety. So that is one aspect, and the other one is like how, so it is a kind of at a crossroad of not only that mental health as well as it can be like say how we can use our cognitive resources in a more effective and productive way. And basically, in order to measure, there are different ways to measure metacognition, but overall, whatever method you are using, you are basically testing individual's confidence in whatever he or she is engaged. So even like example can be like from perception to metacognition is that in this audience, if you are sitting on the one side and a person whom you think that he is your friend or acquaintance, so first there is a perception that you see that okay, a person looks like my friend, and then there is a kind of metacognitive activities when you start doubting whether he is or he is somebody else. So basically, metacognition can be measured from the perspective of confidence rating, whether somebody is there or whatever information you are receiving, whether it is correct. Basically, you are reducing uncertainty. So perception is always noisy and uncertain. Metacognition or metacognitive activities is a kind of mechanism through which you evaluate, you assess, and you judge whether that information is appropriate or correct or not. So the term, like it is for students, that the term metacognition has origin from Greek word meta and word cognito, and meta is means higher or beyond or about a thing, and cognito means thinking. So metacognition means thinking higher or thinking beyond. Basically, it describes the formation of second order representation that allow observers to monitor their first order representation about object or event in the real world, which you can relate with the example which I have given, that you are sitting on the one corner of the room and your acquaintance is sitting the other side. So when you see for the first time to your friend or acquaintance, it is a kind of first order representation, and then you evaluate your first order representation and form a second order representation by using this metacognitive activities. This term was quite, nowadays it is a kind of buzzword now, like cognition, metacognition is like studied extensively, though the idea of metacognition was formulated in 1979 or basically 70s by Flavel, and since then first 25 years was not very great, especially when this idea was given. Mostly it was studied from the perspective of meta memory, and this cognition of cognition or knowing about knowing or beliefs about one's belief, that idea was there, but mostly it was applied in the case of assessing memory or memory about memory, that is meta memory. Metacognition, an individual's knowledge of their own cognitive processes and their ability to control. So here basically there are two things. One is monitor and the other one is control. So in order to to assess a specific situation, you can see that metacognition can be quite helpful in order to understand fundamental issues of cognition as well, right from self-reflective consciousness to causal relationship between behavior to subjective experience and even the origin of subjective experience. There are different characteristics, especially from the perspective of cognition, from the perspective of learning and memory. And if you can see the popular slide, that it is a higher order thinking which involves active control over the cognitive processes, engaged in learning, but it is not just kind of restricted to learning. It involves awareness and self-regulation of one's own learning processes. It includes an awareness and understanding of how one thinks and uses strategies during reading and writing. It involves knowing how to learn. It is concerned with self-reflection, self-responsibility and initiative, as well as goal setting and time management. So you see, it is a lot of practical application. In the beginning I mentioned that metacognitive activities or metacognition can be kind of, it can be at a crossroad between that improving mental health as well as even creativity and better problem solving or better decision making. Now metacognition has specifically two broad dimensions, or you can say you can understand metacognition from two different approaches. One is like, or it can be divided in two groups. One is called metacognitive knowledge, the other one is metacognitive regulation. If you see over here, like say cognitive knowledge includes declarative knowledge, procedure knowledge, or conditional knowledge. But specifically, like say, first thing about this metacognitive knowledge is that that learners' knowledge about their own cognitive abilities. It is like saying that I am not good at remembering names, or I am not good at remembering faces. So it is one of the characteristics of metacognitive knowledge. It can be that learners' knowledge about nature of the task, whether like say this piece of information is difficult, or the presentation is not good. It is a kind of metacognitive knowledge, that whether it is like you are able to accept it or not. Or it can be like say learners' knowledge about strategies and when to use strategy. So these three things are part of metacognitive knowledge. The other part is basically metacognitive regulation, which is basically I say like how do you plan, how do you monitor the ongoing process or ongoing cognitive actions or activities, and how do you evaluate the situation. So again, I'm repeating the same example in the beginning, that you see something and then perception is always uncertain and noisy, as already mentioned, and then you try to see, basically you try to monitor the incoming information or the perception, and you try to evaluate whether he or she is really my friend or somebody else, or like though he looks like quite similar or she looks like quite similar, but he may be there, or he may be the same person, or he may be the different person, and it comes from this metacognitive say regulation, which that evolution is one of the basic component. Then there are different theories basically about metacognition, and one of the kind of main theory is by Nelson, and they propounded this theory in 1990. And they divided this kind of the two parts of metacognition. One is called like say object level processing, the other one is called that meta level processing. So in object level processing is basically how do you process information about a particular object, issue, or situation. So if you are reading this PPT slide, so basically decoding the meaning of say meta level or monitoring or control is a kind of object level processing. But when you start basically thinking about thinking, or whether whatever is written is appropriate or not, that is about say meta level processing. Though I have mentioned about this some neural underpinning about this metacognition, but I will discuss it a little bit later. So, well, this thing. There can be another way to understand metacognition. One is called domain specific skill or domain skill approach. The other is called domain general approach. So, in case of like if somebody is trying to understand metacognition from the perspective of domain specific, basically it is a metacognitive abilities which are specific to a given domain and are not mandatory to translate to others. The other approach is basically it is called domain general, which refers to that general ability independent of any specific like say domain involved. Like even we try to understand other abilities from the perspective of domain general or domain specific. But it has been observed that metacognitive knowledge and regulations are domain general, while metacognitive accuracy is domain specific. And that is why that metacognition can be divided even in terms of as a memory or as a perception. So, and perception, as already mentioned, is uncertain and noisy. Now, what is the relationship between perception and metacognition? So we know that in say basically 19th century that Helmholtz, he was of the view that that perception is basically unconscious inferences. Later on, Bayesian statistical model has its own idea about perception, and the idea was that perception is a probabilistic inference process whereby the brain combines prior expectations with uncertain sensory evidence to infer the most likely state of the world. Whether it is they are talking about unconscious inference or they are talking about probabilistic inference. To understand perception in both the cases, there are high chance of committing error, or as already mentioned that it is a noisy situation, that even at this moment you are sitting over here, there are n number of stimuli which are impinging on your brain. Some of them are you are processing unconsciously, some of the information you are processing consciously, but it is not possible to process all the information in one go. So that is why in the beginning it was considered as unconscious inference. But we know that through those who are in EEG and neuroscience, that mismatch negativity is about say how our brain unconsciously process information which we may not aware, but is still kind of perception is happening about your environment. What others can be the case, that observers can assess their uncertainty about the perceptual representation that are formed on the basis of noisy sensory evidence, but as already mentioned that perception is always it is not accurate. So we have this top-down processes and we have bottom-up processes. In both the cases, there is a kind of biases, and those biases are may interfere about correct interpretation or in processing information as it is and making sense whatever is there in the environment. Metacognition can be kind of a tool which can basically it's a kind of double check where you see some information and then you assess it whether it is the correct one or not. And there are two basically misconception about metacognition, that it is always conscious. Not necessarily that metacognition will always be conscious. It can be unconscious as well, especially those who they may have those who are supervising PhD guide, they come across this unconscious metacognition is that when they try to correct PhD thesis, they are just going. They are not aware that they are basically checking each and every sentence, but whenever there is any mistake, they just picked it up. And it is easy. But this is the kind of example where that even unconscious, that metacognition can be unconscious. So that the interaction between perception and metacognition can be a tool to understand both that cognitive intricacies of brain as well as perceptual phenomena. Oh, okay. I will stop within 2 minutes, don't worry. Okay, so what are the neural underpinning? Actually, there is a huge debate about what exactly are the neural underpinning of metacognitions, and now this issue is not yet resolved. So, same neurons in lateral parietal area encode both the perceptual choice of monkey and its confidence, means both perception and that metacognition. Especially that animal model, and then metacognitive neural circuits in the prefrontal cortex is considered to be the kind of candidate, but still it has been observed that especially in those patients which are that interior prefrontal lesion, they showed that there is a selective deficit in metacognitive accuracy. So though they say most of the time researchers are also equating metacognition with executive functioning, but the issue is yet to be resolved. So there is nothing very specific that that there is that perception, that neural underpinning of the perception and neural underpinning of metacognition. It is still it's an ongoing phenomenon. So I will stop over here because my time is up. So thank you. Now question is there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We can have question and answers together at the end.
Thank you.
So, I'm sure the audience has really enjoyed and been illuminated by his deliberations. Now I welcome Professor Satinder Pandeyji, who is our second speaker of today, and he is again from representing University of Delhi, and he shall be enlightening us on Buddhist psychology perspectives. And I'll speak, sir. By the time you take the seat, I'll speak. So he has obtained both MA and PhD degrees and furthered his research as a senior fellow, the Indian Council of Historical Research and Asia Fellow, served as editor in the Encyclopedia of Himalayan Buddhist Culture, and currently he is a faculty in the Department of Buddhist Studies at the University of Delhi and authored several books with Abhidharma philosophy as his notable contribution. Welcome, sir. Please start your talk.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Chairperson, Professor on the dais, August gatherings. Good morning, Tassi Dile, Happy New Year. Perception, cognition, and metacognition are the modern terminologies. This does not mean that Buddha has nothing to offer about perception, cognition, and metacognition. As we know, Buddhism deals with existential problem, dukkha, and their solution. In order to enumerate these two aspects of life, Buddha delivered several suttas, discourses. From those discourses emerged certain disciplines like ethics, polity, economy, philosophy, and so on. Buddhist psychology is also grounded in Buddha's teachings, provided comprehensive framework for understanding the mind and its properties and processes. Before providing more detail about Buddhist psychology, it should be noted that while enumerating the state of suffering by means of First Noble Truth, Buddha says that the 5 aggregates is suffering. 5 aggregates are the aggregates of form, aggregates of perception, aggregates of feeling, aggregates of mental formation or mental disposition, and aggregates of consciousness. Of these 5 aggregates, the aggregates of form constitute the physical aspect of human being, while the remaining 4 constitute the mental aspects of human being. In course of time, these 5 aggregates were presented differently in Abhidharmic texts, which became the base of Buddhist psychology. In Pali terms, Buddhist psychology can be rendered as Mano-Vijnana. Sanskrit or Hindi is Manovigyan. Perception, cognition, and metacognition forms part of the Buddhist psychology. As I stated, aggregates of perception is an independent aggregate representing perception, sanya, and aggregate of Vijnana represents cognition. Though not exactly the same, but Panya represents metacognition. Remarkable here to note that Sanya and Panya both work in association with Vijnana. Vijnana is consciousness. Consciousness is just like water. If you put something in the water, water changes its color. In the same way, association with perception that is Sanya and Panya, changes the form of consciousness. Consciousness independently does not work, but it requires certain mental co-adjuncts to function and to cognize something. The definition of consciousness is that awareness of object. According to Buddhism, there are 6 objects. They are form, sound, odor, taste, touch, and ideational object, that is concept or Dhamma. These objects are cognized through the senses in association with mind. Senses are eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Now it should be noted that consciousness and its associated state constitute mind, though consciousness, mind, used as synonyms to each other. But for the sake of practical usage, we use consciousness for mind and mind also. Whenever we talk about mind, mind is nothing but composition of consciousness and associated states. In the scheme of 5 aggregates, mind refers to the aggregate of consciousness, aggregate of perception, aggregate of feelings, and aggregate of mental formation. Panya, which I said about the nearest term for metacognition, is part of mental formation. Mental formation consists of 50 psychic factors. So, perception in Buddhism is an essential and integral factor in understanding how we experience and interpret the world. This interpretation is based on our previous knowledge stored in our mind. Whenever an object appears in the range of sense organ, its impression is transmitted to the mind, and mind cognizes it. It involves, so we can say that perception requires contact between consciousness, sense organs, and objects. So all the objects depends on the contact. Contact leads to the Vedana, feeling. On the basis of feeling, different kinds of feeling, maybe happiness, unhappiness, or neutral, perception notes it. After noting about the object, there starts reasoning about the object, that it is good or bad, or neither good nor bad. Thereafter, depending on this, starts mental proliferation. At the level of mental proliferation, we conceptualize the object. Consequently, there developed the notion of I that leads to the development of attachment, ego, or conceit about the so-called ego and wrong views. Buddhism says that nothing is permanent, so we cannot say that I exists or I am like that. This perception contributes to the formation of mental constructs and attachment, which in turn perpetuate the cycle of samsara, that is the repeated existence. It also plays a role in various meditative practices and understanding the nature of world's reality. In theory, the theory of perception does not provide the complete process of cognition. Rather, it discusses only the basic mental phenomena involved in the process of knowing. This process has been explained in detail by Abhidhamma in form of Chittavithi, course of cognition. Through course of cognition, we identify an object. Whenever an object is produced before us, we immediately recognize it, that it is such and such. But reality is that it takes 10 stages in course of identification and subsists for 17 thought moment. Thought moment here refers to the three moments: the moment of origin, the moment of growth, and the moment of cessation. Consciousness is a stream and continuously flowing like the stream of water. So when consciousness is free from object or not engaged with object, it is known as life continuum, bhavanga. When object appears, there is vibration and ultimately breaking of the previous stream of consciousness and starts new stream. When the new streams starts, all the senses advert towards the object to receive it. If the object is visible, then it is received by eye. And here, only there is contact between object and eye. Thereafter, eye transmits the impression of object to mind. This transmission is known as receiving of the impression of object by mind. Then mind begins investigating about the object on the basis of previous knowledge. Thereafter, on account of this investigation, object is identified. That is called determining or determination. After the identification of object, consciousness starts enjoying the object. From life continuum till the identification of object, consciousness subsists only for one thought moment. At the stage of impulsion or enjoyment, consciousness stays for 7 thought moments. This 7th thought moment is very important because about the object, the acceptance or rejection begins after the 5th thought moment. If we enjoy 5 thought moments, then there may arise greed, hatred, or something like that. And thereafter, after 7 thought moments, the qualities or nature of the object is registered at the level of tadalamban, and then consciousness, the stream of consciousness subsides until the new object appears in the stream of consciousness. You might have had dream. Some of the dream you remember, some of do not. Because when the process of dream started, if it goes up to registration, then you remember the dream. If you ceases at the stage of impulsion or determination, you do not remember properly. You might feel that you had some dream, but what was that, you cannot say. If that ceases prior to determination, you will not remember anything about the dream. So this is the process of cognition. And cognition and perception both play a major role in metacognition. Metacognition does not have the exact terms in Pali or Buddhist literature, but it could be aligned with the Buddhist practices of self-awareness, mindfulness, and insight meditation, in other way, panya. Vipassana meditation involves observing the different aspects of body, feeling, and mind, and natural law, that is Dhamma, clearly leading to profound insights into the nature of experience as impermanent, suffering, and essenceless. Through it, the practitioner develops the ability to observe their thoughts, emotion, and sensation without attachment, enhancing self-awareness, cognitive clarity, and emotional stability. These practices foster a deep understanding of one's cognitive process and promote the ability to regulate thoughts and emotion. Individuals can gain greater control over their mental activities by cultivating metacognitive awareness, leading to enhanced cognitive clarity and emotional stability. Therefore, it would not be out of context to mention that perception, cognition, and metacognition are interconnected processes, as they all are the different modes of gaining awareness. Perception and cognition aid in gaining clear, unbiased, and accurate reflection about the self and objects, while metacognitive awareness enhances perceptual clarity and enables a human being in taking decisions and so on. To conclude, Buddhist psychology offers a comprehensive framework for understanding the mind and mental processes, emphasizing the importance of perception, cognition, and metacognition. Through mindfulness, self-reflection, and ethical living, individuals can cultivate mental well-being and progress towards a spiritual growth. The integration of these practices leads to greater cognitive clarity, emotional stability, and a more peaceful and compassionate way of living. Here, I would like to conclude it by saying that actually perception, cognition, and metacognition is presented in Buddhism by way of sanya, that is perception, pyan, cognition, and panya, wisdom. Perception is simply knowing about the outer appearance. You do not know anything else except the outer appearance. For instance, when you go for marriage, you just see the outer appearance, that girl is beautiful, boy is having good salary, and so on. What is the nature of the girl and boy? You do not know. The nature of girl and boy you know at the level of beyond cognition. When you marry, then you realize that girl is not good and boy is not good. Even then, you do not have the ability to correct either of the two or to separate from either of the two because you have kids and so on. The ability to correct it or to detach from such person you have at the level of panya when you have wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Pandey. And I must compliment the organizers for curating the 3 talks. They are also like a stream of consciousness. First we had details about metacognition, then we are linking it with the Pali literature and the Nalanda philosophy, and now we are again coming back to digitizing and using technology by EEG correlates of such practices and such how much we have been able to decipher. So it is my proud privilege to introduce our third speaker, Professor Sion Ramon, who is an emeritus professor active in EEG, and he's from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He obtained his BSc honors, and now he's, I believe, a senior emeritus professor, and his keen interest in mindfulness and human consciousness research with possible clinical applications or possible intervention designing. So please, if you would help me to start his presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Sion Gulmohar, and I'm sending you this pre-recorded video from Seattle for the conference on perspectives of mental experience from neuroscience and psychology point of view. So first thing, we'd like to thank conference organizers, that is Professor Bubukutiji from NIMHANS and Deshadolce Dandala from Tibet House, and also many other people in Tibet House who are helping to put together this conference. And also, I would like to thank the audience for listening to this talk. Title of my talk is on neuroscience of eureka movements. For listening to this talk. Title of my talk is on neuroscience of eureka movements. Eureka movements simply means is that how to spontaneously recognizing an object or a thought. I will focus mainly on visual processes. So in the slides, I will give some background material on visual processes, how we measure the data, and how we see the different time frames of looking at an object, recognizing an object, and eureka moment of the object. Interesting part is that all these time frames match up very well with what Buddhist people or Buddhist meditators saw a long time ago without the need of a clock, just using the times of a finger snap. So it will be interesting to compare those two things. And the another point is that these time frames are very subjective. Based on the mental state of a person, they change. So now it becomes a technique to modify your thought processes, to change these time frames, and then it could be used in clinical settings to control anxiety, control epilepsy, and many other applications. So I will go through a little bit on those topics also. So to start with, let's go to the slides where I'm describing these techniques and processes. So we study the human brain by looking at the EEG data of a subject. So here is a picture which shows a person with a 256 channel EEG cap on the head, and actually it is me who is the subject here. Okay, so so we collect the EEG data, then we do make a plot of the what we see on the head, like electrical potentials, by just plotting it on a flat surface. And here a picture on the right is showing you the nose is on the top and back of the head. And then there are different regions of the brain has been identified, which are shown by ellipses or circles. So visual area is in the back, and then the language and memory area will be slightly towards the left side in the back, but language and memory is all over. And emotions generally are represented by the frontal area of the brain, which is also marked here. So this is a general arrangement how we collect the EEG data. Okay, so our protocol for visualizing an object was just to show the picture of an object on a computer screen for 1 second, then the screen goes blank, and then the subject was asked to mentally visualize the object and then try to figure it out what the object is, what is its name is, what is its shape is, and then recognize the object. And EEG data was collected all the time while looking at the picture, while visualizing the picture, and then while analyzing to determine its name and form. So that was the main protocol. Next slide, we will begin to show you the actual data, what goes on in the brain. So here what we are showing you is a very complex picture. So when you are looking at an object, the back of the head becomes very active. So one of the electrode in the back, from there the data is shown you here on top of the picture. And in that picture you see many squiggly peaks, and those peaks have numbers like a P100 and 215. They all represent the time, like 100 milliseconds, 215 milliseconds, and 278 milliseconds. And these refer to actually what is going on in the brain. So what happens is at 100 millisecond, which is equal to 0.1 second, you will see the back of the head. In this area, activity is very strong and it spreads in this area. So what it means is that you look at an object and you begin to get other areas of the brain involved on this area and to see what the object might be. So initial impression begins to happen about 0.1 second, and back of the head, visual cortex, and temporal area. This area is very active. And then that is what is called initial impression of the object, or in neuroscience they call it aha moment. I mean, you are sort of overwhelmed to look at an object. Okay, so what happens next? So as the time progresses, about 0.36 seconds, you begin to look for its emotional response, and also in the memory and language area, what its shape might be and what its name might be. So you can call it searching for the name and the form. And that's what happens about 0.365 seconds. Then around half a second after first you look at the object, at that moment in the middle of the brain, which is also called parietal area of the brain, you begin to assimilate this knowledge, and suddenly you recognize, say, I know what the object is. And that is what is called eureka moment, or the illumination moment, that you really know what the object might be. So that's the first way you recognize. Slightly after that, so like about 0.644 second, what happens is then from your memory, from the past memories, you recognize, oh, this is a cat or this is a dog, and I really recognize it. And if it was a particular cat and dog you have seen, then you will recognize, oh yeah, that's the dog I know. Okay. So that happens is known as a verification moment, and that is what happens around 0.644 seconds. Okay. After that, what happens is that the brain begins to return to the background state of the uh, your mental activity. So it begins to assimilate what you have learned into the memory, and slowly it is beginning to return to the background state. So the process is beginning to complete itself. Okay, so this is what the neuroscience point of view is. Now, in the next slide, we will talk about from the Buddhist side what we might be calling it. So, long time ago, when Buddhist meditators were looking at the uh, arisal of the thoughts in their visualizations, how long a thought will last in the brain, and what are their timings are, and they were doing it all these things to understand the impermanent nature of the reality and the dependent origination of the reality also. And so within that framework, they gave certain time frames and they also gave certain names. So based on the Buddhist terminology, what is written in the literature is a thought movement happens around 0.12 second, and the initial impression of the object, which is the visual generalities, happens slightly before. And after that, searching for name and form is generally called meaning generalities in Buddhist literature. And once the object is recognized, then they call it a complete mental action of recognizing an object, which will be about 0.86 seconds. And one human reflection, excuse me, is completing a one action. So like visualizing an object, recognizing an object and assimilating it in your brain and then finishing that action. That is what one human reflection is, which is about 1.2 seconds or 1.19 second happens. And these are all listed in the Buddhist literature. And in the next slide, I will summarize some of those things for a comparative analysis. So from Buddhist time frames, one quantity which is often you will see in the literature is called instant, and in Sanskrit it is called chana, and in Tibetan they call it duthe kechigma, and it's simply in the modern clock system it comes out to be about 13.33 milliseconds, and it's a very important duration of time, which is often used in Buddhist literature, and we will borrow that to use it here for our purposes. So now from the definition of instant or chara, we can derive few other quantities. A simple example is the one finger snap or duration of a one finger snap, which is about 60 to 65 instants, which is equal to about 0.86 seconds. A time to complete a mental action is also around 65 instants, so equal to a time of a finger snap. A thought moment is 9 instant, and that is about 0.12 second. That will be more like a first reflection on a mental activity. One human reflection is about 1.2 seconds, which is very similar to completing a mental action in which starting from the beginning and to the end, like looking at a picture, analyzing, finding its name and form, then accumulating it in your memory. So that will be a one human reflection. One mental episode, on the other hand, is a very tiny change in the mental consciousness. Now, the duration of a finger snap is very easy to verify. So using a digital timer and a camera, we performed an experiment. So a person was just snapping the fingers, and we took the picture and also read the readings out of a digital timer, and comparing those two things, like when the start time and the end time of a finger snap, we measured it, and averaging over 100 trials, I found that the duration of a finger snap is actually very similar to what has been predicted from Buddhist literature. Now, the duration of an instant from the EEG data we measured, so we looked at the profiles of the EEG potentials on the brain surface when the person was beginning to look at an object, and also person when he or she was visualizing an object at the beginning. So what we found is that in the first impression, it starts from the visual cortex in the back of the head. So if you look at the plot, you can see the activity in the visual area is increasing in every frame, and the darker red color means more activity, blue color means less activity. So looking at that, you can see that from one slide to the next it is increasing, and then slowly it begins to go down, and then different parts of the brain become active. And so looking from that point of view, we can sort of guess what might be the duration of a instant might be. So like a beginning of an activity area and then ending of that activity in that particular area. So for this particular case, in the visual area, it will come out to be about 14 milliseconds. And this will correspond to Buddhist terminology of visual meaning generalities. And similarly, later onward, we looked into while searching for name and form, we find those to be come out to be of the same duration, and that will be falling into the category of meaning generalities, or arth saman, as we will say in Sanskrit. So now the duration of an instant is not fixed or constant. It changes all the time. There is another way to measure it, that is to look at the phase of the EEG data and to see what is going on in the phase from one moment to the next. So we studied this for a normal person, and then also for a person who is doing meditation. And in this case, it was shamatha meditation. And so what we found is that for a normal person, the synchronized activity of the brain is very strong, and then suddenly it flips and goes into a very low synchronization activity. In the plots, the red colors will represent high synchronization, and the blue colors will represent low synchronization. So overall, between two frames where activity is very low, we find there are 2 frames where activity is very high for a normal person, and that comes out to be about 12 milliseconds, and that will be the duration of an instant. But when a person is meditating, looking at the bottom plots, you can see it is very focused activity in the frontal area, but then it goes down, and so from high activity to low activity, then another episode of high activity. You can see changes could be anywhere between 12 milliseconds up to 20 milliseconds. So a person who is meditating, or a person who has a control over the mental processes, they can lengthen the duration of an instant. And that becomes a very powerful tool for medical. So now there is a genuine question to ask is, how is one able to change the duration of an instant? And answer would lie at a cellular level. Some speculations are that our mental thought processes could control the flow of ions, which will be like a sodium and potassium ions, which are flowing in and out of the cells, could be uh, modified to go slowly or more vigorously in and out of the cells. So this way, just by using our conscious willpower and conscious thoughts, we are able to modify the cellular behavior. This has been suggested by Henry Stapp a while back, and that could be one of the mechanisms that we can change the firing of a neuron. So based on the suggestion that the mental cognition time frames are changeable based on the behavior of a person, so therefore it's possible to develop a neurofeedback device where one can be taught how to change their behavior, and based on that, they can bring their brain patterns to a normal person. So on a computer screen, you can show a normal brainwave pattern and the pattern when a person has a high anxiety or some other disorders, and teach them how to change their brainwave pattern to look as close to a normal person as possible. And this possibly could be done by teaching people very simple things like generosity, good moral behavior, patience, joyous efforts, and those kind of things come from Buddhist teachings, but they can be used by anybody. And so as such a neurofeedback device could be very helpful to general public for a lot of simple stress-related and mental anxiety type of problems. In advanced cases, it's also possible one can see the epileptic patterns arising, and one can be taught to change their change their behavior to control the formation of epileptic patterns, and this way they can control epilepsy before it happens. This is a possibility. So the summary of this talk is that cognitive timeframes as measured from the neuroscience point of view that match very well with the Buddhist side. And also these timeframes are changeable based on the mental state of a person. So based on these, one can develop a neurofeedback device to treat many types of mental disorders. And I'm hoping that some business person in the audience will take the lead and build something like that. And I'll be very happy to help. And this is the end of the talk. I like to thank the conference organizers and also the audience for listening to this talk. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please send me an email. And Happy New Year.
Recuperation, what we neurophysiologists call safe from excitotoxicity, are all the time agenda driven. So that is what I had to say. We can welcome two instants, two questions. Yes, if because it has been very nicely explained by Professor Pandey also, the time the digitization part which is done in the Buddhist way, and therefore because everything we know is at one way a total continuum, and at one way they are the micro and the macro are kind of merged and pop up at times when we want them in windows. Yes, anybody? So I think we shouldn't keep them away from lunch, because it is really a kind of meditations to sit through 3 or 4 such talks. And thanks for your smiles, which have come again. Good. So if, sir, we allow you permission to close this session. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of this insightful and enriching session. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chairperson, Dr. Kanwal P. Kochar, for her invaluable guidance for streaming this session so brilliantly. I also want to thank our distinguished speakers, Dr. Azizuddin Khanji, Professor Satyendra K. Pandiji, and Professor Sion Roman, through his recorded presentation, for their remarkable contribution and for sharing their profound knowledge and perspective with us today. Before we conclude, I would like to invite Professor Renuka Singh, Director of Tushita Mahayana Meditation Center, New Delhi, and Chairperson of Punjabi Sahit Sabha and Center for Social Research, New Delhi, to kindly do the honor of presenting token of the appreciation, a traditional kathak and a souvenir to our Chairperson, Dr. K.B. Kocharji, and our speakers. Dr. Azizuddin Khanji. Professor Satyendra K. Pandiji. Thank you. Now we have a 1 hour lunch break, and after lunch break we have a special lecture by Dr. Kanwal P. Kochar, which will be moderated by my colleague Kamasi Chula, Nalinda coordinator of Tibet House. Now may I request my participants to come on dais and have a group picture with our chairperson and speakers. Now our next session will be begin in 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Pahar sangati bo गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यथा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यथा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यथा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यथा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यथा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यथा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यथा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यथा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यथा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यथा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यथा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यथा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यथा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा
स्वाहा
था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा गति गति पार गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा स्वाहा तद्यः गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति 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 पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin this session number 2 within 2 minutes, so I would request all of you to kindly remain silent and be seated. We'll be starting this session number 2 right away. Thank you.
गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा
Good afternoon and greetings to all. I welcome you all to the second session of our first day on the two-day conference on perspective of the mental experiences, Neuroscience and Psychology Series 9. So this session is on a special lecture by our esteemed Professor K.P. Kochar from AIMS, New Delhi. So I would like to request Venerable Tenzin Wesemuingila, Professor Kaveri Gill, and Professor K.P. Kocharla to kindly come up on the dais and take your respective seats. So I would like to introduce you our chairperson, Venerable Professor Kaveri Gilla. Venerable Professor Kaveri Gill is non-resident senior fellow, Center for Excellence in Himalayan Studies, Shiv Nadar University. She completed her second BA, MPhil doctoral studies and postdoctoral fellowship, during which she taught development economics and political economy at the University of Cambridge. Back in India, she worked in government, bilateral and multilateral organizations, and international development, consultancies, gaining field experience with a host of social science with think tanks in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. She has published widely, including a field building monograph on waste of poverty and plastic, scavenging and scrap trading, entrepreneurs in India's urban informal economy. An emerging focus is the refugee predicament of statelessness and its multiple correlates, with specific reference to Tibetans as well as Nalanda Buddhist philosophy and practice in the Tibetan Plateau and the Himalayan region. Venerable Kaveri is closely associated with Tibet House, New Delhi, where she completed the 6-year Nalanda Master's course in 2002. On special leave and by invitation, she served as the principal of the Dalai Lama Institute for Higher Studies, Higher Education, Bangalore from 2021 and 2022. So without further ado, I would like to request our chairperson to kindly proceed with the session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Tenchala and Tashi Dele, and good afternoon. It's a great honor for me to get an invitation from Tibet House for this wonderful conference. I think it's series 8 and 9. So this afternoon, I'm really here to chair a very special lecture that we have that will be delivered by Dr. Kochar, who has made time to come down from AIMS. So I am going to, of course, read out her formal biography, but I just want to share what she shared outside, that she has been at the All India Institute for Medical Sciences since 1983, that is 41 years. And of course, she's at present head of department. And I am very familiar with AIIMS, as are a lot of us, as being Nehru's foremost, we could say the world's best medical research teaching institution, and that is what it remains today. And I'm sure many of us know that, just to share a brief history about it, it was actually set up in order to take care of the most advanced tertiary medical problems, that is those that are not primary, not secondary, that are not solved in the rest of India. Of course, today the reality is, despite setting up multiple AIIMS across the country, it still sees patients from the poorest parts of the country with the most basic of illnesses and the most advanced complicated illnesses. Now, what does it take to be a doctor there and a head of department? I think any of us who have visited, there are thousands of patients who are lying outside in the cold. They have come from very far. And I was recently there, less than a month ago, and I was thinking there that my main observation was that, those of us, for me at this stage, if I didn't try to develop some exalted minds, such as of Bodhicitta and Jangchup Sem, then frankly, seeing the way these doctors are serving all of humanity without bias, with so much hard work and overcoming, our inclinations to think about ourselves, it is truly, truly admirable. So, ma'am, it's a great, honor for us to have you here, because obviously you have made time to be here. I'm just, by way of a brief introduction to this session, really, I'm just going to touch on a few points. I think this morning we heard Venerable Geshe-la talk about how the mind and body are correlated in the view of philosophy, and I think he made a very powerful point about decolonization of knowledge when he said that let us not talk about Buddhist philosophy and Buddhist psychology when we do not talk about English science and Western and so kind, we don't prefix, qualify it. It is just reality. So in Dr. Kocher's talk, what we will be hearing about is the representation of the body, this time not just by the brain and neuroscience and neurocomplexities, but also by physiology, because she's going to speak about, many other things to do with diet and, our entire physiology. So in essence, as Geshe-la said this morning, the intersectionality of many disciplines and much expertise. Now, the one thing I wanted to add here is that there is really very little known about modern science, that modern science knows about the mind. I think often we hear about, whether it is the case that, Buddhist philosophy somehow is turning to science in order to validate it, but actually it is quite the opposite. The reality is that as far as the external world is concerned, modern science made great strides, and there on the ontological reality, what it is approximating at the frontiers of physics is what ontological reality is in the worldview of the Buddhist cosmology. But as far as the internal world is concerned, it is a fact that modern science has paid very little attention to it. It is not concerned about it, rather, or has not been for very long. And if you look at simple things like grey literature, like, for example, I'm a prolific reader of the Guardian newspaper because I lived at Cambridge for 13 years and I like English press. So the Guardian has a special science section. And if you read the articles on the frontiers of science, often they are talking about the mind at death, how little is known. About neuroplasticity, we heard today many of the previous speakers talk about this. But there is also neuropathways research, which basically means constantly doing certain mental activities creates a certain highway or pathway in the brain. There is neurogenesis, and the whole of epigenetics is also part of that, the expression of certain genetic proclivities. So there are all these areas on which, frankly, modern science has really just begun to kind of understand what they need to understand. This would be my understanding, and I want to put that out there. So really, it's not a question of Buddhist philosophy wanting validation from science, but rather that on the ontological side, it has come very close to each other. They converge, they are not identical, but they do converge. So that is one area of commonality. And where the internal world is concerned and the mental world is concerned, it is true that there is far, far greater depth of knowledge and understanding on this side, what we may call ancient Indian wisdom traditions, including Buddhist philosophy and many others. Now, normally the external world dictates our state of mind, and many of the morning speakers talked about that. We have no freedom there, no control there, if that is the case. And standing before you as a professor in 21st century of political economy and international relations, it is true that structurally there is a lot to be concerned about in our world today. Whether we talk about the economy, climate, politics, violence and war, technology and AI, it is very true that the generations that are coming up have a lot of structural issues to deal with, and one can almost feel a little sorry there. But what mental training does is really to kind of train the mind in order to transcend the external. And there, I think, again, speaking from a certain philosophical worldview, that meditation can be thought about in two ways. One is analytical, and the other is single-pointed or concentrative practices. And in this context, I would say what Venerable Geshe-la said in the morning as regards the Buddha's teachings, or in fact, if you want a more modern reference, just last evening, somebody sent me a YouTube link to Yuval Noah Harari, the author of Sapiens and Nexus and many other books that are very popular, where he talks about the Buddha's teachings, and he says what's very unique about them is that, normally we are chasing good feelings, and our entire life is about chasing how do we get the good feelings, sustain the good feeling, and all of that. And he says, and we can concur here, that the Buddha began at Sarnath with his first teaching on the Four Noble Truths, of which the first is the truth of suffering. So there has to be a realization a little bit on the nature of our existence. But then, of course, he didn't just teach that in order to make us all feel bad, but because there is the possibility of cessation, there is a possibility to get out. Using cause and effect, which is again a very scientific principle, it's a very well-accepted principle. So I think today, we have with us somebody who's going to give us a wonderful special lecture, which is titled Cognitive Neurophysiological Perspectives of Meditative Practices. So Dr. Kanwal Preet Kochhar is professor and head at Department of Physiology, AIIMS, New Delhi. She has a broad background in physiology with specific expertise in cognitive neurophysiology, nutrition, and integral health for 38 years. She has skill sets in recording non-invasive neuroimaging, eye tracking, recording of cortical event-related potentials, as well as Brewitt Schaaf's potentials as tools for motor neuroscience and wireless physiological monitoring of various physiological autonomic and neural parameters. She's taught and mentored thousands of undergraduates and hundreds of postgraduates and doctoral scholars. She is the recipient of many awards, including the WHO award for Hiddeshan and many others. You can read her bio. She also recently held an international conference on medicine and meditation. So without further ado, over to our speaker. Thank you. Welcome.
So a very good afternoon and a very happy new year to all. Tashi Dele. And again, I express my gratitude with lot of grace to Dorje La. So you have to decide whether I need a stand or not. I don't have any metacognition about that. So, though I will not limit myself to just cognitive neurophysiological, especially because I was talking over lunch also, and from the previous speakers of today, whom I happened to have the good fortune to listen to, I will keep adding some part and keep deleting some part also, which is, I feel, redundant and has been addressed before. But just to join hands with you, sir, we at AIIMS in our department do quantitative EEG. So what Professor Ramon had showed, we are already doing that using Om chanting, music therapy, using different language and like that. So it's a very vibrant department with about 17 sub-laboratories, and we are most happy to welcome any team of students from Delhi University or scholars from Tibet House to visit us and delve more into it or do some collaborative projects together. And Madam, I also did an MA in English literature because I always wanted to do social sciences, but because of my parents, I was induced that please do medicine, your cousins have also done it and things like that. But I always kept that hobby of mine, my interest in humanities and English literature alive. So we need a synergy of science and spirituality, as Venerable Damdullah referred to the intersectionality. Therefore, India by default, by imprinting, is a spiritual place, not only India, but this part of, you can make it bigger to Asia itself. And our sustainable development goals, put in another way, is that our future depends on interconnectedness and intersectionality, and why physiology is best suited to fill, especially the goal number 3. What Madam had referred to Hriday Shan. So when I was a young student like you, we under Professor K. Srinath Reddy had started Hriday, health-related information dissemination amongst youth, where we went to Delhi schools and we gave them the content on 5 important domains: stress management, exercise prescription, de-addiction, nutrition, and one more was there, I've forgotten. So what is medicine now? It is a therapeutic management, but if we are not only to preventive health, but before that we go to what we call primordial intervention. That is, we have certain risk factors, Madam, in non-communicable diseases, which are, you can say, modifiable risk factors and non-modifiable risk factors. But if we go into primordial interventions, we will be taking care of both of these. So the struggle over millennia, when we were early men or early women, then we didn't know that we just have to sit on a couch and not even do the finger flip. We will just do a swipe. Finger flip still takes some small calories. So learning medicine is like a pilgrim's progress. This is Valley of Flowers near a shrine called Hemkund Sahib. So because it is both a privilege with the name, fame which comes being a doctor, and the gracious smiles of gratified patients and their families, but it is a great penance also, Because at the age of 4, whatever we are taught, we have to unlearn that when we enter medical school. Okay? So we are getting into all these things. We are learned to analyze stool samples, sputum, semen, blood, gangrenous tissues, cadavers. So how does the medical student stay humane and still perform well functionally? So this was an article, a stigma and health challenges in medical students. And therefore, before we heal the society, it is the charge of a physiologist, because he or she meets students who come from various walks of life, from various segments of the country, including our neighboring countries with whom India has treaty. they have to heal themselves first. And therefore, we were talking about empathy, and EQ or emotional literacy, emotional quotient is the one which will help you sustain yourself, not only in your personal space at home, but also in your professional space. So the definition of health was already given by Sir, and I'm not going to repeat this, but I would like to say, Sir, this is that in early 60s, the spiritual part of the definition was kind of removed, because then spirituality was just, made into a straight-jacketed term of organized religion, which was not good. So therefore, there is now a need to bring spirituality again into the WHO goal. And so these are the determinants of full well-being. And Voltaire as early has said that doctors, they don't know the patient. In the Lancet editorial, once I read a quotation I always remember, what do they of medicine know who only medicine know? So a doctor has to be connected to the society primarily to know some part of social sciences. That's why we are planning to have a curriculum in medical humanities, ethics, and spiritual values for them to be able to give us not only the construct validity of being a good doctor, but also the outcome validity of being a good doctor. And therefore, we have the Charak Shapath at the top, which we do at AIMS. So stress of modern lifestyle, you all know, affects various body systems. And Gita tells us about the dilemma of Arjuna. And this has been taken from a slide which we presented during our COVID Prakashme programs, that each of the young doctors was an Arjuna in a battlefield, knowing dilemma every time about family, about parents, about small babies. Residents have small, very small children, and they're given such cooped living quarters, whereas professors, their children have flown the nest and they're given big, big bungalows. So Gita told us about Gyan Yoga, Raj Yoga. So meditative practices, whether it is a Karma Yoga, a good surgeon, I was discussing over lunch with Sir, that it's almost like a meditative practice doing an 8 hours neurosurgery. Okay. So what is mindfulness-based stress reduction? This is one. Ashima ma'am, welcome. Please come here to the front. So, please give her a clap. She is Professor Ashima Nehra, and she is also a co-guide of one of our students and a great human being. And she is leading the Neuropsychology Center at AIMS. So now I come to just one example. We do many things, in naturopathy also. One of them is magnet therapy. Many times they are said, we are some Ashtadhatu thing and all. That to modern science has converged to magnet therapy. So we can put a coil here and we give the same kind of waves which are enriched by meditative practices. That is the slow frequency theta, gamma, and alpha waves, which are symbolic of our silence. Okay? In a Yoga Nidra type of mode, we are awake also and we are asleep also. We are aware at a level where the play or the illusion is going on, and things which were discussed in the morning also. When we have that kind of awareness, that I am both the player and the observer, because physics tells us, Heisenberg's principle, the act of observation can change the observed phenomena, which is one single, you can say, limitation of modern science. Because we act in bins, we do reductionist approaches, and as my dear son, he's sitting there, he was asking me questions, and I told him that science teaches us to be learning in small compartments, but we have to do a syncretic synthesis of the whole, and that is what Indian philosophies do. So which are the tools and techniques? Just like Professor Raman presented in the morning, we can do biomarkers. In Corona time, many of you know about some of these biomarkers. We can filter out the sunlight, put it into the brain, and then the sunlight comes back and it is assessed, and the wavelength is something like, which tells us about hemoglobin with oxygen and without oxygen, which is a surrogate marker of the brain activity, because any active cells will use up neurons. Then autonomic functions, where we do heart rate variability, baroreflex sensitivity. So body rhythms are more robust, markers have a lot of standard deviation. Okay. So body rhythms, there is more interest these days towards these. Then wireless monitoring, so that the act of observation doesn't change the observed phenomenon. The monitoring is done in a telemetric kind of thing, so that in another room or beyond a curtain, the variables are being assessed, so that we are in a situation where either a live meditation is going on or a live counseling session is going on, like cognitive behavior therapy, or any kind of movement is going on, self-paced or instructed by the examiner. And what is Beer-Schaff potential, ma'am? It's a German word for readiness potential. Many of our movements are due to free will, but many are in response to an input from the environment. So that assessing that is a tool for motor neuroscience. It is a final common pathway of motor cognition in response to whatever. I tell my students that I greet you and you can scowl at me or smile at me. So whatever is happening here in an integrated way, including the way I talked to you last time, that is the memory, the way you have been brought up by your family, the way your earlier teachers, everything converges that, and that is one final common downstream measurement. Then body composition analysis, because brain is also fat. So many very expensive equipment is neuronavigation, but a simpler one would be body composition analysis, where we can see the nutrition of the subject also, the fat ratio, the minerals ratio, and then put all these variables together and then make one dish out of it, which is the cognitive or psychophysiological correlates. And then questionnaires, which madam is very efficient in doing that. Qualitative research also is gaining much value now, and it is a higher level. So measuring stress, anxiety, depression, quality of life, food frequency. So this is one list of slides. Now I will just not tax you further, just some pictures on how we do these things. Wireless monitoring, we have certain pager-like devices, and we can at the same time measure 16 channels of body responses, like rate of breathing, rate of heartbeat, our muscle tone, our muscle resistance, our skin temperature, which already the software knows and uses some machine learning approaches to then qualify the subject into bins of differential states of stress or anxiety. And experimental task, this is visual tracking. That is, when I'm talking to you, I'm also being bothered that this chair is slightly this, and I'm processing whether to do it right, get down from the dais or not. So attention is a very important tool which we use for children of post-traumatic stress disorder who have seen a bomb explosion, showing them images of valence, that is different kinds of emotion, showing images of food to a person who is in a food addiction mode, showing images of a nice operating room versus a messy operating room to a patient, and then seeing what are the functional outcomes. So this is visual tracking is a good tool. Dr. Khan also in his deliberations in the morning told us about it. This is one evidence from a study which we did and published in restorative neuroscience about glaucoma, that when glaucoma patients who have a very high level of stress, because of which certain fluids are more than they need to be in the eye, creating some kind of pressure and headaches and even some kind of blindness, which is called kala motia in the northern parlance. And we have seen that brain oxygenation is improved after meditative practices. So as far as brain is concerned, the more the asymmetry between the two hemispheres, the more the blood supply to the brain, and the more the connectivity between the two hemispheres, and also the more sorted out our brains are regarding division of labor, They are called kind of smarter brains. So this is a yoga intervention for obesity where we showed images of food versus same color, contrast, pixel, non-food, and then we measured these things, that how the bias towards looking at the food image, like we are sitting here, suddenly pastries come, and how many of us would attend to the pastries and how many would keep listening to me. So these are the OPD cues, so the hospital settings, and this is a retreat, so this kind of a contrast. And then meditative practices, we all know. I am just like, you can say, a pre-kindergarten, and big people are sitting here from Tibet House, and madam is sitting here. So these are some landmarks in our neuro mapping journey. And FNRS, which we are doing, and we got the first machine in India, 92 it was developed. There are other kinds of brain mapping also, using radioisotopes, using magnetic resonance. And so this, we can share the slides with you. I will not take more time. So the raw data comes and the software then does it. So the two colored columns are one of oxygenated hemoglobin. So it just tells us which areas are active at a time. EEG also tells this very fast. But this procedure is office friendly. You can have it in a small room or a small clinic and quickly tell the person. And these are domains of psychology where FNRS can help. Please see the last one. During our studies, we got knowledge, and a Japanese group also, that FNRS can also be therapy. Many times with children of ADHD, we see that when we engage them with the device, they feel better somehow. And therefore, we wanted to do a trial on this, which we did in very early mild stroke patients to see whether FNRS improves their hemodynamics. Hemodynamics means the amount of blood flow coming to the brain and how much oxygen is taken out from there, which means how active our cells are. So neuroassessment, neuroimaging as a tool for assessment of meditation. So tractography is an advanced technique which uses deep learning, and also we have many more advanced techniques. Now we can not only image the centers, also the pathways, as well as the whole network, okay, which is active at that point in time. Then some things about fMRI. We are doing a study with Heartfulness Institute, sir, where small children who are called brighter minds, they are blindfolded, and we are doing the fMRI correlates also, and they are shown and they can actually read without the eyes being there. So perception, visual perception, many schools of thought say is retinal through the eyes, as well as extrasensory, as well as sensory substitution. That is, much of our sensing, which is very acute in meditative practitioners. You yourself said that the lady was smiling, but you could, with your eyes, with your deep vision, you could sense that she was sad. And for my youngsters, I'll just narrate a small line from a Hindi song, old song. तुम इतना क्यों मुस्कुरा रहे हो, क्या गम है जिसको छुपा रहे हो, right? So these are some biochemical studies which have been done. I'm citing only the work which we have done. So lipid profile, serum cortisol, and is a marker for stress hormones, and insulin resistance is improved. Insulin sensitivity is improved and resistance is reduced. We are running an autonomic function laboratory for the past 32 years. Then we are also having a sleep laboratory where we check the dream state, REM sleep and non-REM sleep. Then in wireless monitoring, we do these parameters, EOGs for the eye movements, eyeball electrooculogram. Photoplethysmography means knowing the blood flow by finger, just like we have that oxygen devices, which many of us used in COVID. Similarly, we can know the blood flow also. Then Bear-Sheft or readiness potentials, and we can do any kind of interventional physiology and know this. Some questionnaires which we use, sleep, eating, mental state, neo-personality, subjective well-being. We did studies with the SSB, which is a force employed on our Nepal and Bhutan borders, 25,000 personnel who were into, fratricide or fragging, killing their subordinates, and they wanted us to do it. There we did some other scales of audit, alcohol use dependence. Yes, I'm winding up quickly. So this was the concept of our glaucoma study, and the red ones are the things which we found true, and these were the kind of interventions which we did in our integral health clinic. So quality of life improved. Just concentrate on the red significant signs. Then glaucoma quality of life, pulse rate, respiratory rate, heart rate variability, then cortisol marker, endorphins, good feel-good hormones, interleukin, which is a marker of inflammation, then brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which is a marker of brain's resilience or regenerative or restorative abilities, then free radicals, antioxidants. Again, this I showed you before. These are some of the published papers which we have. But the recent ones are these, where we are using theta burst stimulation intermittent using a coil in spinal cord injury patients, in cerebral palsy children, and these are some of our protocols, and touch wood, we are finding good results. So may you be happy, may you be healthy, may you be free from internal and external harm. May you experience love, joy, and wonder just as it is. May you have ease of the day. This is not mine. This is a prayer which a traditional practitioner does for the patient. Okay? Striving towards a National Resource Center for Spirituality and Values in Medical Education and Training. So, I'm sorry, there's a 2-year-old slide, but old tastes better at times. These are the group of my team. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kochar, for that really thought-provoking lecture. I think the million-dollar question is of correlation and causation. I bring this from my discipline of economics, where we often, correlation is of course established, and as we've been hearing since the morning, including between the mind and the brain. But then the question of causation and bidirectionality also, in what directions they flow. And I think the bigger question which your lecture has raised so beautifully is in terms of actual policy interventions, including at school level. If we see, I think Europe is the first in the world to ban mobiles now for school level children. And if we are actually talking about training the mind and moving in directions with physiological consequences, where neurology is making such strides in measuring through fMRIs and other kinds of advanced scientific techniques, I think, it would be a wonderful thing. And for AIMS to be the forerunner is, I think, to be expected. If we could invite maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience for our speaker, if anybody has, please keep it short and focused. Yeah, please. Mic, is there a mic? Or if you just speak loudly.
Otherwise, you can shout at me. You can come here, we'll share the stage. Aa jaiye.
So far we've all understood the benefits of meditation, but recently there was a media article saying that people who meditate a lot are more prone to schizophrenia.
Good. I mean, not the conclusion is not good, but the question is good. So can I answer that, ma'am? Right. So both schizophrenia and neurodevelopmental disorders, there is a school of thought that there is some absence of pruning. Think of a tree, many times it needs selective pruning for it to grow. Okay? And bonsai also, you know, where we do pruning of the roots, right? So if this pruning is not done, and the pathways which need to go down, the concept is of apoptosis, which means shedding of leaves in the autumn, or autophagy of certain cells. That is a programmed cell death, so that the one which needs to be nurtured goes up, and the one which has served its purpose goes back. But in these disorders, this pruning is not happening at the way it should be. So they get what we call reverberating loops. So the article may have kind of put 2 and 2, made it 5, in the sense that, were you present in the morning session? Yes, when Professor Raman showed that one, and I had made a comment that the novice brain is something all red, you know, on fire. A little bit of thing coming and the whole brain is lighted up. Okay? Lighted up not with joy, but with the travel and traffic of the pathways. Okay? But in meditators, it is kind of pruned and it is all sorted out. Then I gave the concept of Yog Nidra. So in meditators, even if the pruning doesn't happen, so that those pathways can also be invoked as to when to be in silence, when to be in salience. Okay? So that the meditator has the ability of being able to do. But just a reading of the brain circuits, we cannot make 2 and 2 equal to 5. I hope I have been able to answer your question, because the meditator has the reins in his or her hands to allow which pathway to pop up in the foreground window of the interaction at that point in time. Whereas with the mental disorders which you have mentioned, and believe me, schizophrenia people, madam would attest to it, are very, very intelligent people. The creativity gene and the gene for mental disorders, including anxiety, depression, autism spectrum disorders, and ADHD, are all in a cluster, or borderline personality disorders. So therefore, the way the nurture has interacted with the nature or the genetic imprinting, so it is, everything is multifactorial, it is not binary. Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
She don't know what is the meaning of meditation. So meditation means, actually, meditation means to live in present. And if you live in present, then schizophrenia will never occur. Schizophrenia only occur when you see your past and worry about your future. That's it. Thank you.
So, Sir has explained Turyavastha, which we consider the highest stage of sleep, you can say. And studies have been done, especially from Bengaluru Indian Institute of Science also, as well as NIMHANS also, ma'am, about Turyavastha. Dr. Ramachandran used to be there. So I think you are right, but please, yes, meditation
I
is
think
not
if
only staying in the present.
This is not my saying.
True, sir, but mindfulness is one, and there are thousands of such schools of meditation, you know. This is just one which we are having, which is like living in the present, but we cannot even aspire to reach there, where everything like Lord Krishna is there, the past, the future, the present. So therefore we make things easy for us and easy to explain to our associates, that is, it is this, just this moment. Thank you.
I think, and if I may just add there as the chair, you know, this is brought up, it's a wonderful question. I think as Professor Kochar has said, the diversity of meditative practices, as the gentleman said, there are so many different kinds, analytical, single-pointed, and such a variety. And secondly, I would also add, as from our disciplines, that how one conducts a study. Measurement, causality, correlation, all these things. So even in this article that you mentioned, I think, I haven't read it, but I would imagine that those factors come into play, and it's very important there to have clarity. And we can entertain one more question, please.
So, ma'am, considering the findings that you showed of functional magnetic resonance imaging, so on meditation, it reveals the significant activation in areas like frontal cortex. So, with the context of Descartes' mind-body dualism, how do you find neurophysical insights helps to bridge the gap of mind-body dualism? And as Descartes said, ki soul is the pineal gland is the seat of soul. So, what's your perspective or what's your take on this?
Sir, you have asked a very, very difficult question, but I shall attempt to answer it. And that is, to us, pineal gland is the one which makes melatonin, or which helps us when we are deprived of sunlight, and circadian rhythms and like that. And each tissue in our body has its own memory and its own clock. It's called period gene, PER. The first thing which you said, and I was talking to you over lunch, we have default mode networks and we have projection pathways. Default mode networks are the back-end office in an IT company. They are doing the housekeeping and everything, okay? And the projection pathways are the agenda-driven, okay? That is the one which is the projection pathways. So previously, it was thought that they are separate. But now the brain approach, which is evolving, is actually what the traditionalists from our part of the world always said, that there is Advait. What is Advait? No duality. Okay? And therefore, we are trying to have this meeting of these philosophies, that is, at one time, one is popping up as a window, depending on the task at hand or the environmental requirements.
Thank you. A big round of applause for our speaker, and thank you so much for that wonderful lecture, Dr. Kochar.
Thank you, Dr. K.P. Kochar ji, for your very insightful presentation on cognitive neurophysiological perspectives of meditative practices. And I also would like to thank Venerable Tenzin Vesil Mengila for chairing this session. So now I would like to request Sushil Saxena ji to kindly present the white scarf as a token of appreciation. Dr. K.P. Kochar ji. Thank you, everyone. With this, we have come to the end of the second session. We will now recess for a short tea break. And for the next session, I have my colleague, Tenzin Lobsangla. He will be the moderator for the next session. Thank you, everyone.
गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति 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 गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति 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 पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्य था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा
We'll be starting the session in 1 minute.
गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पार गति पार संगति बोधि स्वाहा
We tend to think that happiness comes from money and power without acknowledging the role of the mind, or that the key to happiness is inner peace. When we are mentally distressed, physical comfort things brings little relief, whereas we can often withstand physical pain if we are mentally at peace. By His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Good afternoon, everyone. I once again welcome you all on our two-day conference on perspective on mental experience, neuroscience, and psychology. On this very session, our theme is based on self-regulation and emotion perception. And without taking much time, I would like to call upon our chairperson and esteemed speakers. Our chairperson will be Professor Hirapol Garniki, former HOD, Professor, Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi. And our first speaker will be Dr. Ashmita Nihar, Professor of Clinical Psychology, Clinical Neuropsychology from AIMS, and she will be speaking from a Western psychology perspective. And we have Venerable Dr. Pooja Draprel, Assistant Professor, Department of Buddhist and Tibetan Studies, Namgyal Institute of Tibetology, affiliated with Sikkim University, and she'll be speaking from the perspective of Buddhist psychology. And last, we have Dr. P.N. Ravindra, Additional Professor, Center for Consciousness Studies, Department of Neurophysiology, all the way from Nimans. Please give a round of applause to our chairperson and keynote speakers. I request them to come on the dais and take their respective seat. We are not going to say any topic. You can just. Yeah. Thank you so much, Chairperson and the speakers. Now I would like to introduce our Chairperson, Hirapol Garniki. Professor Hirapol Garniki is a retired professor in March 2019, who was born in 20th March in 1954 in district Kinnaur of Himachal Pradesh. He has completed his Master, MA, MPhil and PhD from Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi, and being the head of the Department of Buddhist Studies from 2014 to 2017. His study focused on culture heritage of Mahayana Buddhism in Tibet and Himalayan regions, its arts and philosophy. Later on, post-retirement, has been appointed to initiate a department for the Master Course of Buddhist and Tibetan Studies at Namgyal Institute of Tibetology in Gangtok, Sikkim. There, from 2019 to 2023, he has been acted as a head of the Department of Buddhist and Tibetan Studies. On his other activities, he has been the secretary to All India Harijan Sevak Sangh, Delhi, He had also been the senior representative and Asia Religion Coordinator, North Zone India, in United Religion of Initiative, URI, a global network of peace building. Over to you, Chairperson. Thanks so much.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to Tibet House and especially K.C. Damdullah, and also my panelists too. So today's theme for this session is self-regulation and emotion perception. So what I think is Buddhism itself is nothing but a self-regulation. Emotional perception. So, in Buddhism, to understand Buddhism, we always stress about three things. That is called the pariyatti, pratipatti, and prativedana. First is the learning, and these practice, and the realization. That's important. The realization part comes as the question was asked at the meditative part. So there are also three things. The core teaching of the Mahayana Buddhism revolves around the idea of the 6 paramitas. 3 higher learnings, higher learning of the Adhishila and Adhisamadhi and the Pragya. This is the higher learning, higher concentration or meditation and the wisdom as such. It is also summarized as a Pragya and Upaya, means and the Pragya, wisdom. This both has to go together. Sometimes we call it Pragya Upaya Yugnad. Pragya Upaya, both together we have to practice like that. Though which both through this Pragya and Upaya and understanding of the 3 higher learnings, the both obscuration of the applicable obscuration and the obscuration of the understanding, Gyavran and the Kaleshavran is eliminated and omniscience is achieved. Now the omniscience, what the omniscience is all about? In the Bhavana Karma, Kamala Shila writes that Achiren Sarvagata Praptu Kame Sankshepta Karuna Bodhichitta Pratipatishyeti Trishu Sthaneshu Paryatitabhya. Those who wish to attain omniscience quickly must precisely put effort on these 3 spots, namely compassion, awakened mind, and the practices. So this is what is the Bhavana Karma Kamal Shir write about that. Similarly, Nagarjuna in the Ratnavali underlines that there is a 2 thing now, the faith and the wisdom that lead to the liberation. Having faith, one relies upon the dharma. Possessing wisdom, one realizes truth. Of these 2, wisdom is the primary, yet it is the faith that precedes. The faith is important. No? If you don't have faith but simply practices, no, the result will be not that what we expected about that. Then what we have to realize now? Ultimate reality, or something which is a tattva, means reality. Tattva, what is tattva? Tattva pratyatam gatikam kalpe kalpen virjitam. Truth is the state of the self-realization. It is beyond categories of the discrimination. So therefore this self-realization, so samvedana, or self-realization is highly disputed by the Chitmatrins, especially of the Prasangik Madhmikas. That debate is different. But self-realization is most important in the practice of this Vijnanavad tradition and in Madhyamik Yogachara. So this omniscience is, that further is in the Bhavanakrama it says, how this omniscience is resulted. This omniscience is rooted in the compassion caused by the bodhicitta and culminated into the means. So this we might understand how these pragya and upaya both are together, and ultimately this pragya is being used as a tool to realize all these things. When you're talking about these things, 6 paramitas, 5 paramitas, 1, and the 6th this which is called the pragya is one. So all they are, though are related with one another, but unless until you have a pragya and wisdom together, this cannot be realized. This is also the same thing which has been quoted in the Virocana Visambodhi and Kamal Shila, where it says, then what is the pratyatam gocharam? Pratyatam gocharam means Ashray Paravati Pratyatam gocharam. Ne yongsu gyurne dakpai sim, so rangri choyul. The ne yang means which in the Chidmatrins, Ale Vigyan is the one, substratum consciousness, where everything takes place, good, bad, both, That has to be transformed. When the transformation takes place there, and the purified mind, as Vishuddhi Marga talks about, when this purified mind is stated to be the Pratyatam Gocharam, then Indrabhuti, one of the references is given, Rangrik Yeshe Munsumna Sangi Takpe Tulwaiji. When knowledge of the self-realization is perceived, then the logical examination becomes irrelevant or redundant. So ultimate reality in the Sandhi Nirmochana talks about there are 5 kind of a characteristics ultimate reality has. Because Buddhism, why I am talking about the ultimate reality? Is ultimate reality is the one through which a person wants to realize that, whether it is a non-conceptual perception or conceptual perception, such as the what you call the Chidmatrins talk about. So, but this is Dondam Sanjit Nga. The reality 5. So Ranjit Sanjit Chodul Pano. It has a Swasamvedan nature. Acha Joddu Met Padan. It is inexpressible, unabhilapya. Then Thanyat Yongsu Chatpano, devoid of the disputation. So Dang Dalpano, it is beyond the argumentation. And Togya Kunle Daipano, it is transcend with every argumentation, Vada Titit. So these are it's mentioned about Dharmodgata, chapter 2 of the Sandhi Nirupana Sutra. So it talks about that, how these 5 categories of the ultimate reality is perceived. But ultimately from the Prasangya Madhyamik traditions, ultimate as such, there is no any such ultimate. Ultimate means it is a conventional. Ultimate, when you use the word ultimate, means it has a convention. So whatever is conventional, that cannot be ultimate. So these are the philosophical argumentations are there. So with this, we have the great scholars here, illustrious scholars. They will speak more about these issues related to their neuroscience and the psychology, which I have less understanding about the neuroscience especially. So therefore, without spending much time, I would go to the scholars, their presentation. Enjoy. I hope you will be benefited. Thank you so much.
Can you please my slides on?
No. He can. Please have a second. Just a moment. Yeah. So before Professor Ashimaji's presentation, I would like to request Professor Ganglingi to kindly introduce Professor Ashimaneraji.
Okay. Am I audible? Thank you. Our first speaker, Professor Ashima Nehra. Professor Ashima Nehra He is the clinical psychologist at the Clinical Neurosciences Center, Olia Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Specializes in the neuropsychological care for the conditions like dementia, stroke, epilepsy, and the head injuries. With the 30 years of experience, she has developed academic programs in clinical neuropsychology, recognized internationally. She holds 20 patents and copyrights, has won 20 plus awards and affiliated with the 45 professional bodies, has led 86 projects, including 12 randomized controlled trial. There are a lot of technical words, I don't know much about it, but whatever is there now, it's a great thing she is. Dr. Nehra is a published 20 indexed papers, presented 200 plus national and international poems, and chaired 112 workshops and sessions. She has served on the 30 editorial boards, reviewed 20 plus journals, and contributed to the 15 book chapters. Her innovations include developing assessment tools, cognitive rehabilitation frameworks, and neuropsychological package for disorders such as the dementia, aphasia, and traumatic brain injuries. With these, I would request Professor Ashima Nehraji to make her presentation.
Thank you very much for this introduction, kind introduction. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be here to learn from all of you. I feel learning is never enough, and there is so much more to learn. And I think everybody is my teacher while I'm talking to all of you. Indian psychology is a scientific and a scholarly subfield that draws on Indian ethos, spirituality, and yoga to understand human psychology. It's based on the idea that Indian tradition can contribute to the psychological understanding of all people, regardless of their culture, background, or origin. Keeping that in mind, I am presenting Metamorphosis on Indian psychology evolution into an empirical discipline, which I will try and correlate and show the difference between the Western and Indian psychology. I wanted to focus more on Indian psychology because that's what everybody wants to learn and know how we need to proceed from here on. This is the outline of my talk. I'll start with the World Health Organization definition of health. The World Health Organization Constitution states, health is a state of complete physical, mental, including psychological, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. An important implication of this definition is that mental health is more than just absence of mental disorders or disability. Mental, of course, it's not just psychological, it is definitely psychiatric as well. And when it is psychological, we would call it the mind health. And when it is mind health, we talk about cognition. But cognition cannot be evaluated without non-cognition. And why is it important? Because WHO has forecast that India will lose $1.3 trillion in economic value owing to the mental and the brain health issues by 2030, and hence important call by the government for us to work together. Now, what is psychology? It is a scientific study of human mind and its function, especially those affecting behavior in the given context. When we are talking about Western psychology, there are many known branches of psychology. Some are getting to be known in our country, and now they're getting developed. India has a very, very vast, long history of psychology. When we look at that, it is just about 100 years ago since scientific and objective techniques of psychology started in our country. The present-day psychology is scientific and evidence-based. As you know, that psychological service is a scientific evidence-based noble service to be delivered with complete honesty and proficiency and with an evidence base. Otherwise, We'll not be able to publish, otherwise we cannot state if the problem is there or it isn't there. While you all know very well that most of the medical tests are evidence-based and machine-driven, hence very, very less chance of error. Technology can be used for time tests or for quick scoring or to convert the raw score to converted score. But to evaluate cognition, non-cognitive factors play a very major role. For example, motivation. Hence, no technology can purely replace human touch or importance of psychology. When we are talking about types of tests, very well everybody knows about psychometry, the term. When we are talking about psychometry, there are two ways I've tried to put it across for you all. One, I would call it the fixed approach, the same as Lord Hanuman got Samaru mountain for Lakshman's treatment. Whereas a flexible approach is by way of you knowing how to best use the right kind of tests and procedures to be able to answer the question or the query of the referring person. Hence, it is the Sanjeevani Bhuti which was taken out by the qualified, trained individual physicians who knew the correct herb for the treatment of Lakshman. It is known that the trained manpower in psychology in our country is not much, and India faces an acute shortage of qualified and trained mind health professionals to support the mental or the brain health professionals to serve this population. To cover this disparity in ratio, sometimes semi-skilled persons are made to undertake psychometry or do psychometric assessment, whereas it needs certain kind of a pauses, stops, what the answer has been given by the person, should it be interpreted correctly, what all need to be taken out of the conversation that the person has done. So what is needed is psychodiagnostics. This leads to dilution of the quality of service, and hence, which is the right of an individual who's seeking service from the person when they are coming to you. I already stated psychology includes the cognitive and the non-cognitive factors, and of course, which is the mind health. So basically, a psychological professional thus produced may be able to help the patients as a paraclinical service, or they may be able to help the organization. In accordance with the health briefing series developed internationally, psychology has an integrated role to play as a part of a multidisciplinary team, and it follows the lifespan approach, starting from childhood, pre-childhood, and up to the long survivors. Psychology is a specialized allied health service. It provides paraclinical service only at a hospital setup, a referral service which focuses on clinical applications, including diagnostic formulation, assessment, cognitive retraining, or brain functioning following brain insult, injury, attack, etc. And what is psychodiagnostics? It includes three things: the clinical history taking, the psychometric assessment, and also the clinical observation. When we are talking about clinical history taking, please remember, we all ask certain questions from our teachers based on what we really want to learn. Similarly, when a history taking is done by a clinician, they are looking at a different angle while they're questioning the patients and the caregivers. When we are doing psychodiagnostics, a different type of history taking is done. Because I come from clinical neuropsychology, and that's what I've been working on since the last 34 years, so I would take that as a subfield as an example. Clinical neuropsychology, working closely with neurology and neurosurgery, is dedicated to understanding the relationship between brain and behavior. This knowledge is used for assessment, diagnosis, psychological remediation, counseling, rehabilitation, and also to test efficacy or effectiveness of the intervention using an ABA design. What I call ABA design in all my papers: A is assessment, B is any intervention, A is a repeat assessment at different levels, to see if an intervention has been done, does it continue to be effective enough, or something else needs to be worked upon through our researchers. So by promoting early detection, intervention, and rehabilitation, clinicians can significantly improve the well-being and quality of life, allowing patients to maintain independence and higher overall levels of functioning and prevent disability. Because if there is disability, there is a chance that the person's social, vocational, personal, cognitive, and family domains will be affected. Hence, a prevention, as per this government also is pushing, is the mode that we need to work on. WHO has also given something called a continuum of care model. This model is, for example, if we fall sick, first of all, we'll go to a medical doctor in a hospital. It's the medical doctor who will do a history taking. As I said, clinical history taking varies by different professionals. They will do an objective screening, and then they will do a provisional diagnosis. Based on the diagnosis, they will immediately start the treatment. However, they may think we need to send the patient for different assessments. Based on a question, specific question, they may refer the patient to different sources, and they may send for psychodiagnostics to us. And the paraclinical, paramedical, or the medical specializations would be able to do some tests. As you can see, the black bars are the psychological services that we are able to provide in a hospital setup to different clinicians who are working at a preventive level or a promotive level or a curative level or a medical or a surgical cure or rehabilitative palliative care. So it depends where the psychologist is working. And so one is not doing anything and everything. One is focusing on, while working closely as a support for the clinicians. So basically, why? This is eventually, the thought is we should be able to reduce the burden of the patient, the caregiver, and it is a collaborative, multidisciplinary team effort. And the care is given by the medical professional and the management by the paramedical or the paraclinical professionals. The American Psychological Association defined behavioral health care as a type of a health care that involves psychological assessment and intervention. It includes services such as psychological screening, testing, psychotherapy, family therapy, etc. Please remember, if a patient is visiting a medical doctor, it is impossible for a medical doctor to carry out long-drawn psychodiagnostic procedures. And then for them, it is the very easy thing is to do one quick screening tests. And we at AIMS, which is available on our AIMS website, have developed multiple screening tools for clinicians and for paraclinicians who are working in AIMS, so that can be, and which has been correlated with different various psychodiagnostic procedures, and a cutoff will tell if the person should actually be referred to another source or not. So there is no need to refer a patient if the patient seems to be all right. And so this is the mission of APA was healthcare, and going in line with this, already India is working in this direction. The mission of APA Healthcare is to promote collaboration with existing healthcare providers and social services, hence multidisciplinary approach. The benefit of the behavioral health is may predict outcome, include better management of mental illnesses, a higher quality of life, and improved work performance, and less burden on society. NCAHP, the National Commission of Allied and Healthcare Professionals, 2021, which is working under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, under the Allied Health, which is a step towards regulation and standardizing allied and healthcare education and practices in India. And this will set up regulatory bodies like National Commission, professional councils, state councils, and accreditation boards, etc. It will provide a maintenance of the central and the state government registries for the registration of these professionals. So one would know at what level the person is actually qualified to be working as a support with the clinicians or even outside. A national task force has been constituted to strengthen brain health services in India. And our opening speaker today, Dr. You know very well, and Dr. Dhameja, he is now the country head of this task force. In recent years, there has been growing recognition of the importance of mental health and brain health on the global scale. and mind health professionals can provide a support service to them while working along with them. The United Nations has increasingly acknowledged the need as a part of a sustainable developmental goals. So, in short, psychology provides a strong base for study of behavioral health, and which is very important for an outcome. So the key takeaway is the bio, medical, psycho, social, and also spiritual model. All of it have to work together. And that's where the importance of a joint effort or a collaborative effort, all of us together. Why? Again, I'm going to state the same thing, because WHO has further forecast that India will lose $1.3 trillion in economic value owing to the mental and the brain health issues by 2030. Hence, it's important. You must have noticed these days when they're talking about one should wear helmet, one should try and avoid head injury. Why? Because we've had instances when, for example, a person who's an engineer working for a place like Adobe or has undergone head injury, who's been a sole learner, and now it is because of this head injury, the person's not performing as well, will eventually lose his opportunity to be working at the same level. Hence, would earn lesser money. Hence, it is going to ruin the quality of life of the family. So, that is why I'm saying all the subsections are equally important. Again, as I stated earlier, it was found out that India is facing acute shortage of qualified and trained mental health professionals, and the number of psychologists are very few, and the population having mental health problems is heavy. As I also stated that similar academic programs, as is already done abroad, needs to be developed and of psychology discipline, and I must say that it is the Niti Aayog and it is the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is doing an outstanding job, who's already thinking on those lines where we are faltering, missing. Yeah. If somebody wants to become a psychologist, wants to know, where does one register? So there are two acts in India, the Mental Health Act 2017 and also the Allied and Healthcare Professionals Act 2021. So the students who are qualified are registered right now. For example, the Allied Healthcare Professional window is open for anybody to register, and eventually whatever qualification one's got, the ministry will see which level you've qualified and where you can eventually get a job and where you can start working. So the status of the development of this specialty in India and as well as at the international level. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so nationally, only established mental health hospitals have a separate department of clinical psychology or applied psychology, which deals with these patients. Internationally, this is recognized as proficiencies, as I've already listed, and it is known as a psychological science. And also, as I stated, internationally, the renewal is happening depending on your choice. If you're interested to work in addiction, if you're interested to work in neuropsychology, or you're interested to work purely in clinical psychology to work for psychiatric patients. So, it is Ayushman Bharat, the ABHA app, which was developed, which has two arms, the professional arm and also the patient arm. It's very interesting. So what they've done is through this app, you register, for example, through the Allied Health, and as a professional, you will be, it will automatically enter the professional list since you've already entered your Aadhaar card and your location, and it is the patient, for example, who's living around my house, is interested to have my expertise for his patient. Through this app, one can book an appointment. So it's very interesting. It is the ABHA app, and of course, they are revamping it, redeveloping it. Some, for example, dentistry, Ayurveda, Unani, etc., have already been entered, but some are right now in the process. But the mind health is right now in the process, and that's why registrations opened. As far as I know, 5,500 people have already registered in the last 1.5 to 2 months. So the mind health solution will provide paraclinical service, which would be different for the mental health conditions, and again would be different for the brain health conditions. So they'll enter the super specialization. And all of this need to enter one body, and government is doing a fantastic job already working in this direction. And why? Because they want to improve the overall quality of life of the people by 2030 in line with the United Nations vision for basic sciences. So, to summarize, behavioral health services are the fundamental to treat a person as they directly influence the cognitive performance, decision making, and resilience of those serving in a critical role. Maintaining optimal brain health ensures the individuals are mentally sharp, able to handle stress, equipped to make sound judgment under the pressure. Behavioral health, on the other hand, support emotional regulation, effective communication, and teamwork, which is crucial for operational success. Helps us focus on well-being of the mind, both in terms of preventive and treatment, and we can enhance the readiness and effectiveness. Also in ensuring they remain resilient on the face of psychological challenges and high-stake environment. And that's where your role of meditation, I think, is very, very crucial and important. Psychology is objective and a scientific service, and behavioral health, as per the law recognized under the Mental Health Act 2017 and Allied Health 2021, it is the mind health support and care in all of these domains as is listed below. So psychology, as I said, is a support service for different clinicians, depending in different domains, as I stated earlier, and eventually an outcome of what the person would be as a specialized psychologist would be different. In future, first advancement in neurotechnology, brain imaging could provide deeper insights into the functioning. We've done a study and we've found that the cognitive problems are identified by the patients or the caregivers much before they're actually seen on imaging. So hence we need to develop how, through imaging we can correlate it further. Second, expanding mind health training and support programs for military, law enforcement, intelligence agencies, which will be crucial in preparing the personnel from psychological challenges. And also emphasis on early intervention and also stress management. Third, integrating behavioral health expertise into operational planning and decision making could help optimize the team dynamics. Finally, fostering collaboration, as I stated earlier, mind health professionals and other professionals will be able to provide an evidence-based service rather than a service which is trial and error. I acknowledge AIMS, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, which is located at New Delhi, for generously offering the workspace and amenities that significantly contributed to the realization of these events and accomplishments to our paraclinical service. Our heartfelt appreciation is also extended to the diverse team of AIMS, New Delhi, particularly the Neurosciences Center, for their collaborative effort and continuous inspiration, motivating us to pursue this excellence. Patch Adams stated, "You treat a disease, you may win or you may lose. You treat a person, I guarantee you win, no matter what the outcome." Hence the importance of collaboration and psychology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Shimaji. Now, next speaker is Venerable Dr. Pooja Dabral. Pooja Dabral is Assistant Professor at the School of Buddhist Studies, Philosophy and Comparative Religions, as well as the School of Languages and Literature, Humanities, Nalanda University, Rajgir, Bihar. She gained her PhD degree from Delhi University. Her doctoral thesis is entitled Arya Nagarjuna's Philosophy of Emptiness and J. Tsongkhapa's Exposition, Descent in the Two Prolific Periods, with the research focused on the Madhyamik philosophy and the Buddhist psychology. She has published papers on the themes of emptiness, mind and cognition in Buddhist psychology, from the substance in the Buddhist philosophy and so forth. Venerable Pooja Dabral specializes in the teachings of Madhyamik philosophy, Buddhist psychology and Mayan tradition in practice. She has also presented papers on the variety of topics including practice of emptiness, non-locality and individuation in the Buddhist philosophy. Buddhist perspective on matter and particles, Vijnanavad tradition. The mind of Bodhicitta and the Tathagat Garbha in Mahayan tradition and so forth. Puja is proficient in Tibetan and the German as experience in the teaching, the later from the year of University of Delhi and other institute. She was in the Nangan Shul Tibetan and the Buddhist and Tibetan studies for the 4 years. She was there teaching Buddhist philosophy. And
Yes.
क्या क्या पढ़ाया था हमने?
All this.
Yeah. She taught the Buddhist philosophy of the Nagarjuna and also the Bodhicharya avatar of Shantideva.
Thank you very much, sir.
For the 4 years. Thank you, Putaji. 20 minutes for you.
Good evening, everyone. So let me begin by thanking Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdula and Tibet House for this opportunity. I also like to thank Tibet House staff for always being exceptionally kind and efficient for us to have such a meaningful experience during these conferences. It is always an honor to present a paper when my PhD supervisor and also senior colleague, Professor Hirapol Gangne ji is presiding over as respected chair. And also very, very honored to share dais with Professor Ashima ji and Dr. Ravindra ji. So without taking much time, the topic for today's talk is Buddhist insights on mind, its nature and cognitive function. So I took this topic myself, but after preparing the PPT, I realized it was a big job. So I'll try my best to finish it in 20 minutes. So I'll be focusing on the Buddhist perspective on mind, its nature and cognitive function. So Professor Ashima has made first part of my presentation very easy, that why we study mind, why psychology, why it is important. So as ma'am already said, that this is very important, predicting that by 2023 we will be losing a lot of money if we don't take care of psychological health now. But Acharya Chandrakirti, a great Buddhist saint scholar from 7th century AD, ancient Nalanda University, he summarized the purpose of studying mind in a very comprehensive way in one verse in his seminal work, Madhyamika Avatar, which is a text to study emptiness. In this he says, I quote, Satvalokam at bhajan lokam chittam avarachyate adichitram karmajam hi jagat uktam ashesham karma chittam avadhuya chana asti. In English, it is the mind itself that constructed the sentient world as well as the eternally diverse container world. So the Buddha taught that all beings are produced from karma. Without mind, there can be no karma. So very clearly he mentioned that whatever we experience, the container world where we live in, and the experience of joy and the unhappiness that we always experience through our mind is nothing but the result of our karmas. And this karma, then the Buddha said in Nibbedika Sutta, in Pali it says, Chetana ham bhikkhave kammang vadami, chetiyatva kammang karoti, kayena vachaya manasa, in Pali. And in English it says, intention I tell you is kamma. Intending one does karma by way of body, speech and mind. So very clearly Buddha made a connection that why should we take care of mind. So the mind, finally, whatever we experience is the result of our karma, and karma is nothing but finally boils down to the mind and a very specific function of the mind known as chetana in Sanskrit and in English intention. So therefore, to take care of this mind, we have to know the nature of this mind. So how the mind is explained, defined in Buddhist sutras and treatises. In this presentation, I'll be focusing, of course, there is a Pali tradition and there is a Sanskrit canon of Buddhist teaching and the treatises. I'll be focusing on the Sanskrit canon. So in the Nalanda Masters' treatises, for example, Abhidharma Samuchaya, Abhidharma Kosh, Pramanavartika, Madhyamika Avatar, and so forth, the mind is explained as an agent which is clear and knowing. So in other words, besides being a non-tangible phenomena, which is a very empirical phenomena, which is an empirical reality. Nobody can deny the experience of mind. These masters define mind to be clear and knowing. In other words, the mind is said to have two aspects, the aspect of clarity, abhaswar, and the aspect of knowing, which is the vigya. So and these are the textual references, so I can see many young scholars here, so I'll be sharing a lot of references for them to continue with their research in these areas. So these are the textual references for the nature of the mind, Pramanavartik by Acharya Dharmakirti, chapter number 2. It very clearly says, the nature of consciousness is clear light, the defilements are adventitious. And then Acharya Buddha Ghosh in Vishuddhi Magh, he says, whatever has the characteristics of cognizing should be understood as the consciousness aggregate was said above. The word Vijnan in Pali, consciousness, Chitta, and Mano, mind, are one in meaning. So now the two aspects of the mind. So what do you mean by two aspects? The clarity aspect of the mind and the knowing aspect of the mind. This is very important to know, because this will tell us what is mind and how it is different from the brain. So while mind and brain, they are mutually dependent and mutually affect each other, but the mind is different from brain, as Acharya Dharmakirti very clearly explained in Pramanavartika, chapter number 2. So any mind, when we say something is a mind, it should have two aspects, the aspect of clarity and the aspect of knowing. What do you mean by that? So, for example, the clarity aspect of the mind, oftentimes in the treatises, example given is of the mirror. So, let's say when we close our minds and think of our flower, the flower comes very clear to our mind. So, if the surface of this mind is not clear, is dirty, then the image of the flower cannot be formed. So this tells us that the nature of the mind is clear. One aspect of our mind is clarity. And then not only this, sometimes this is also explained as luminosity aspect of the mind. So when we imagine a flower, when we think of a flower, not only the flower comes clear to our mind, comes as a luminous. It is not dark in nature, but it comes very luminous and clear. So what is that luminosity? It is not the external light or the external luminosity, it is the internal luminosity, luminous nature of your own mind. So this is the first aspect. And then there is the second aspect. So when it comes to the first aspect, it is very similar to mirror. So mirror, wherever you put in front of the mirror, the reflection will be formed if the surface of the mirror is clear. So likewise, our mind has the clarity aspect. But unlike mirror, knowing the object which is being reflected on its surface, mind knows the object that has been reflected on its surface. So that is known as the knowing aspects of the mind. So this is where the difference lies between a mirror and a mind, that the mind knows its object which is being reflected on it, whereas the mirror doesn't know this object. So these two aspects should be there with any mind, then only it is qualified or it is defined as a mind in Nalanda treatises. And then next is the various ways of classifying the mind. So again, as I said, it's a vast topic, Buddhist psychology, presentation of mind in sutras and the treatises. So there are different ways of classifying mind. In fact, there are very interesting ways of understanding different types of mind. For example, sevenfold division of mind, other cognizant mind and the self-cognizant mind, which Professor Gangnegiji was taking reference of. Cognitive mind and affective mind, sense consciousness and mental consciousness, non-conceptual mind and conceptual mind, non-mistaken mind and mistaken mind, collective engager and eliminative engager, mind and mental factors, subtle mind and gross mind, and there are many more. And more information that not only one school, there are 4 major schools of Buddhist philosophical tradition, and while this definition is fairly accepted by all the 4 Buddhist philosophical schools, still they have so much to contribute when it comes to the explanation of the nature of the mind. So I'll not be going there. For example, there is a mention of, there are infinite mental states which have been discussed in Buddhist sutras by Buddha Shakyamuni and then later explained by Nalanda masters. But in one group, in Sanskrit Abhidharma text and the sutras, Mahayana sutras, Buddha picked up 51 mental factors which are directly related to our experience of happiness and overcoming suffering. So these are grouped under 6 major groups, which is again another very important area of studying the different functions of the mind, how they have been taught and how regulating them can one overcome all the anxieties, fears and stress of life. So one is the omnipresent mental function of the mind, where Buddha explained how the cognition is formed. The formation of cognition has been discussed. Then another very interesting classification which I personally liked is the distinction between the Bhranti Gyan and Abhrant Chit. Bhrant Chit and Abhrant Chit, in English we translate it as mistaken mind and non-mistaken mind. So where we learned that, okay, so far before coming to the understanding of psychology and the mind in Buddhist treatises, I always thought that the error happens at the level of engagement. But this distinction told me that the error can also happen at the level of appearance, which can be even subtler level of misconception. So there, the distinction between these two kinds of mind are made on the basis of the cognitive error that happens at the level of engagement with the object or at the level of appearance to the mind. Then another very interesting distinction is the distinction between conceptual mind and non-conceptual mind, Nirvikalp Gyan and Savikalp Gyan. So there the distinction is discussed on the basis of whether the mind, when it engages with an object, uses a generic image or not. If it uses a generic image, then it's a conceptual mind. If it does not uses a generic image, in fact, engages with the object directly, then it's a conceptual mind. So these are all very important distinctions of mind when it comes to transformation of mind. So now finally, mind training and effects of meditative practices on the brain. So since morning we have heard a lot about the effects of meditative practices on the brain, so I'll not be spending so much time on it. So of course, Mind and Life Institute, under the guidance of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and also we learned many other institutions now, AIMS also, they are working in this area to study the effects of the meditative trainings on the brain and its positive effects in reducing the stress and anxieties. But I would like to make little more informative session here, that when we talk about the mindfulness, which is very, very popular, which is amazingly beneficial, but when Buddha taught mindfulness, for example, in Satipatthana Sutta, which is a Pali Sutta, it is a very vast area. What we know is the drop in the ocean. For example, the 4 kinds of mindfulness of body, feeling, mind, and phenomena. This has been taught in the Satipatthana Sutta, and within that sutta, if you see, within each of the mindfulness, there are further divisions that Buddha taught. For example, within the mindfulness of body, it's not just the mindfulness of breath, but the mindfulness of the meditative posture, mindfulness of the bodily actions, mindfulness of the impure nature of the body, mindfulness of the 4 elements, mindfulness of the 9 stages of the death, and then within the mindfulness of the feeling, the 3 kinds of feelings and their dissolutions have been taught. Within the mindfulness of the mind, not only just observing the present moment of the mind, but the impermanent nature of the mind, emptiness nature of the mind is also taught. And then within the mindfulness of the phenomena, the mindfulness of the different subtler realities, for example, the 4 noble truths, the 5 panchaskandhas, 5 aggregates, psychophysical aggregates, all have been taught in this one sutra. And then this further has been explained by the great, and in fact, one unique that also I would like to share, those who are interested in the mindfulness area, that one of the uncommon practices, this is the common practices among the Shravakayana and the Mahayana tradition of Buddhism. But in the Mahayana tradition, there is a unique practice of mindfulness where the mindfulness practices is done to cultivate the mindfulness of the ultimate reality of these phenomena, means the mindfulness of the emptiness nature of all phenomena. So this has been explained in Pragya Paramita Sutras, the sutras on the perfection of wisdom. For example, Panchvimshati Shahastrika Pragya Paramita, the perfection of wisdom in 25,000 lines, which Buddha taught in Rajgir, where our university is. And there Buddha taught the uncommon presentation of mindfulness, how to cultivate mindfulness of the empty nature of all phenomena. And this has been further explained in the Nalanda Master's text, for example, in Bodhicharya Avatar, chapter number 9, then also in Arenagarjuna's text, Mool Madhyamika Karika, and many other treatises. So there one meditates not only just the mindfulness of the present moment of the mind, but also the mindfulness of the emptiness of the present moment of the mind, mindfulness of the body as empty of intrinsic nature, mindfulness of the feeling as empty of intrinsic nature, mindfulness of mind as empty of intrinsic nature, mindfulness of phenomena as empty of intrinsic nature. And then these are some references that you can use to what I shared just now. I just shared the list of topics that are covered under Buddhist psychology. For example, Abhidharma Samuchaya by Arya Sangha, Abhidharmakhosh by Acharya Vasubandhu, Pramanavartika by Acharya Dharmakirti, Chatushaka Shatika is the 400 verses by Acharya Aryadeva, Bodhicharya Avatar by Bodhisattva Shantideva, Madhyamika Avatar by Acharya Chandrakirti, Mool Madhyamika Karika by Arya Nagarjuna. So in these texts, if you see, not only the nature of the mind, division of the mind, but also the ways and means to train the mind. What are the different kinds of meditations we can do on different phenomena that have been taught by these great masters? I know, being a teacher, I always bombard my students with the references, and I'm not very sure if they read this, so therefore I give them always the last candy, which is this. If you see the last book, The Science and Philosophy in Indian Buddhist Classic, this is the 3rd volume, which is on mind. It is a great book which is conceived by His Holiness the Dalai Lama and compiled under his guidance by the great Buddhist scholars and practitioners and meditators. And this book actually compiles what I said is discussed in these treatises. So if you find the other treatises little overwhelming, you can start with this book, which is available. Now I would like to take you just a quick journey through the one very interesting presentation, classification of mind, which is the 7-fold division of mind. In fact, I was very fascinated to study this division, because this division is not, in fact, it is also very interesting, just not the classification is not done for the sake of making a study, for the sake of making a course, for the sake of making a discipline that the student should be studied, but how Buddha taught it is, and later how Nalanda master compiled it, there is a great vision behind it. You see, even the classification, the structure, if you see from the bottom to the top, it is becoming more and more refined. In fact, from this 7-fold division, you can see the entire journey of Prince Siddhartha transforming into an enlightened being, where he transcended all his pains, suffering, and attained the infinite happiness which we call Buddhahood. So I would read one verse from Acharya Dhignak's text, Pramanam Samuchaya, where he very comprehensively encapsulates the biography of Buddha Shakyamuni as, in Sanskrit this goes, Pramana bhutaye jagat hiteshine, pranamya shakhe sugataye tayine. In English, the one who has transformed into the valid one, motivated by altruism to benefit sentient beings, the teacher, Sugata, and protector, to you I make prostrations. So here you can see how Prince Siddhartha, he started his journey from the 7th mind, taking care of the 7th mind, which is the deceptive consciousness. He realized that whatever we suffer, while we don't want to suffer, we want happiness, we suffer because of the deceptive minds. We suffer because of not knowing the nature of the reality. And that made him go from deceptive to questioning the reality, doubting the reality, which is the doubting consciousness, in Sanskrit known as Sanshaya. Then it leads to the correct assumptions that, okay, if this is the reality, why do we suffer? So then what is the true reality? So all things appear as objectively real, intrinsically real. If this is the reality and that makes us suffer, then what is the true reality of every phenomena? So then it went to the correct assumption, and then leading to the final first two. If you see, in Sanskrit it is called Pratyaksha and Anuman, direct valid perceiver and inferential cognizer. So within Buddhist Praman, there is a mention of 2 kinds of valid cognition, direct valid cognition and the inferential valid cognition. So he cultivated these 2 Praman with respect to the ultimate nature of all phenomena, which he discovered. He did not invent, which he discovered is the emptiness of intrinsic nature of all phenomena. So from there, it just, although the labels speak to you themselves, also the structure in which they are put, they are very, very amazing and fascinating. This tells us the journey of the transformation of mind from a very basic, from a very distorted to a very enlightened state, where you transcend all your suffering and attain the infinite happiness of enlightenment. And then what is the benefit of that journey? The benefit is summarized by Arya Nagarjuna in one verse of Mool Madhyamika Karika, chapter number 18. It is a wonderful text. I highly recommend it. That this text is where the whole journey of Prince Siddhartha, from a very ordinary person to an enlightened Buddha Shakyamuni, is on the basis of the content of this text, which is the wisdom of emptiness, Shunyata. So here he clearly mentions Karma Kalesh Shayana Moksha, Karma Kalesh Vikalpataha, te prapanchat prapanchastu shunyatayam niruddhyate. In English, ceasing of karma and afflictions is nirvana. Karma and afflictions arise from conceptual thoughts. These arise from elaborations of grasping at true or intrinsic existence. Elaboration ceases by or into emptiness. So finally he summarizes that all this journey into the nature of mind, its function should be to use this mind. Once you know the nature of mind, use this mind, purify this mind, transform this mind to see the true nature of reality, which is the shunyata, and this will lead us to the final goal which everyone is seeking, where all the disciplines, whichever discipline you are following, whichever research you are following, finally the aspiration is cessation of miseries and attainment of infinite transcendental happiness through the realization of reality. On this note, I will stop. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Poojaji. Now our third scholar who will make his presentation is Dr. P.N. Ravindran, MD, PhD, neuroscientist, neurophysiologist with a passionate interest in the integration of the Indian psychological aspect pertaining to the yoga, meditation, and neuroscience with social focus on understanding the neuroscientific aspect of meditation and its effect on the sleep, cognition, and consciousness. His work on Vipassana meditation and the deep sleep organization has been a landmark study that has demonstrated the age attention effect of the meditation practice on sleep organization with appropriate autonomic and the humoral modulation. His work was recognized with the National Award and Association of Physiologists and Pharmacologists in India. Presently, his work is focused on sleep, spindle modulation, and memory in the vulnerable groups, learning during sleep, yoga intervention in adolescent depression and insomnia. Understanding Indian philosophical views in the framework of the neuroscience of bridging. He is also interested in developing sleep interface device for inducing optimal sleep. He conducts seminar workshop on the various contemporary subjects integrating neuroscience with the Indian psychology and philosophy. This is a brief introduction of Dr. Ravindranji, and with this I request him to make his presentation. Thank you.
Namaste. Namaste and good afternoon. At the outset, I thank Geshe Dorji Damdulji and his team of the Tibet House being consistently with us from the Center for Consciousness Studies, NIMHANS, from almost a decade or so, and we have been very much benefited by his classes, which he took on emptiness, for us to understand what actually the emptiness is, so that for our addressing some of our research questions. Now, briefly, just wanted to give you a perspective thing, not generally going to any data presentation, but what actually can be a self-regulation and emotion perception. But try to focus more on the self-regulatory aspect rather than the emotion perception aspect, try to understand from the neuroscience perspective what actually it can be done. So, this is the overview which I want to give you, that what in the Center for Consciousness Studies we do at NIMHANS, where from the idea, conceptualizing the ideas, integrating neuroscience to Indian philosophical insights, and where we do studies on, say, sleep, meditation, task, emotion, right? And also from illness to wellness spectrum, where meditation being as a one extreme of wellness, and the illness for all the some of the common neurological and neuropsychiatric condition. Now, when we say about self-regulation, still if you ask, is there any universal consensus about what actually self is? We don't know what actually self is. but at the same time, all of us, we feel, okay, I mean, we feel that I-ness and minus is there, but how it comes, how it generates, from where it comes. So, I mean, again, we don't have any universal consensus about how actually these things are generated. Or is it that only a concept where, okay, you have a separate entity of self which is orchestrating all our activities and the thought patterns? That is definitely not acceptable as far as the scientific, the framework is concerned. And the scientific framework, I mean, it is about from the biological framework where in this mind-body complex phenomena. So when I feel about me as a self or I or mine, it has to be generated in this mind-body complex only at various levels. So we'll just try to see how actually these things could be generated. Is there evidence? Still there is no evidence. Okay, these are all the conceptual things which needs to be more and more elaborated, and more insights, especially from the Buddhist psychology and philosophy side. It will be much more helpful for us to understand what actually is this self or how it can be generated. Because this is very, very commonly done. Okay, you should have self-regulatory capability. Yes, of course, from the practical perspective, it is very good. But when it comes to the conceptual perspective, when it comes to the investigation, try to understand and try to integrate certain philosophical ideas into neuroscience, again, it's a very, very, big question. So there are many views, the concept of self, the reductionist view. It sells, okay, I mean, where I can feel myself as a continuity, right? So for, say, from my birth to death, I have that a sense of minus, it is continuing. Or in the different stages, whether I'm depressed, I'm happy, I'm asleep, I'm awake, still, that continuity in the temporal pattern is also there. Okay, that also feel, okay, I'm there, right? And also they have a narrative identity, which is because of the social construct. Okay, it could be in which context actually I have placed myself. In an organization, in a family, or my social status, okay, my academic status, and so many other status. That also give one concept, okay, what I am, or I mean, so there is a narrative identity. Now, but how all these things are, say, generally it is generated. So one of the important the thing is that self is not, say, probably one particular identity that comes, but is a pattern that emerges. So you see, even if you look at the small kid, okay, I mean, a just born baby, until to certain level of the developmental age, till when its physiological or the biological changes that doesn't happen, right? It doesn't have its own identity. That concept of self is not going to come in a kid unless until certain things, certain core physiological pattern that emerges in that. Once it starts emerging, then it identifies its own image in the mirror. Otherwise, you take a 4-5 months old baby and you ask in front of the mirror, it won't. It say, okay, somebody is there, and it goes behind and see whether is there anybody behind. Okay, even it cannot identify, say, itself. So that means its self-identity, if you look at it from the developmental perspective, it emerges at certain point of time when your physiological system and when your brain system has attained some capability of, say, some pattern that has to be generated. So in that context, I feel the self is a pattern that is generated. It can be from bodily signals, right? It can be from the environment, the ecological, say, signals, and also the agency, a pattern of agency which we develop as a matter of accomplishment. Now, what do you mean by accomplishment? See, we have a sensory input and we have a motor outcome. Okay, I do say motor output for the sensory input that comes. Once something I executed through my motor act, then okay, mentally I will label, okay, I did this. Okay, I did this, right? So generally, from that perspective, it is also how your sensory and motor system get integrated. Okay, somewhere in the brain can also bring about your sense of identity. Okay, I did this work, and all those things, right? So therefore, as an agency, also we say attribute as self that okay, I did say something, and also as I told you about narrative factors. Narrative factor is more about socio-cultural factors based on the context and that of the situation. So these are the pattern, that generates. So, but when it comes to a self-regulatory thing, okay, when it want for emotion perception, or I have to change myself, okay, and I have to undergo, say, meditation sessions or yoga session where I have to change myself, it is more and more about how do I regulate my own feeling as such. If I am depressed, okay, how do I transform into a sad to happiness, okay, if so some negative to positive. So that particular aspect where I have to transform myself as far as how I feel about myself. Okay, no, so that is the context in which I want to talk about self, say, regulation and emotion perception, rather than something on the narrative things. Now, factors that influence your self pattern. So there are so many factors. Number one is bodily processes. Of course, your bodily processes play a very important role for us to have that feeling. Okay, because when we get up in the morning, when I say, yes, I am alive, is because, okay, my body is there. Right? I say, yes, I am alive. So that first sense will come into about when there is a bodily process. So we have that bodily process happens. Then the constraints within this bodily process, the constraint that happens, right? It brings about pre-reflective experiences process. What do you mean by this pre-reflective experience process? The sense of minus or the sense of I-ness that comes, right? So you have a bodily process. In that, some physiological process happens. From that, it emerges, okay, this is my body. Okay, so this is my mind. Okay, this is my thought process. That happens. So you have that pre-reflective things. Now, when these two comes, then it is go for the higher level. So we have the affective processes. So where the different emotional patterns that emerges. So first we say, okay, this is my body. My bodily physiological core processes are there, through which emergence, okay, it is my body, my thoughts and all those things. And through that, okay, we have these affective processes or the emotional patterns, okay, that comes. And these emotional patterns subsequently, it brings about your behavioral action, okay, which I told you about agencies, okay, I did these actions and all those. And so really these different layers of these self things, okay, by layer by layer, layer by layer, okay, it adds on. And it becomes a more and more very complicated process that comes. Now, with these factors that contribute to the self pattern generated, so I was just searching for the literature. Is there any, say, similarities that we can get it from the, say, the philosophical literature about these processes that we have say, understood? Now, I feel, what I got for these 5 processes, okay, that is there. Now, the bodily and sensory experience of different modalities, because see, whenever, because the interaction between mind and body cannot be negated, or the bodily process cannot be negated when we are thinking of mind also. So unfortunately, at this point of time, I will call it as unfortunate. What is happening is, most of the things we say, okay, it is about the mental factors, mental factors, mental factors. Yes, it is a mental factor, but we don't have an access directly to handle the mental factors, but we have a medium to which, okay, we can say direct our mental factors in a proper direction. And what is that particular medium is what I perceive as my body. So is there a link between where I can take, say, some say insights from the science that I can change some my bodily process, in turn the basic aspects of my mind I can really transform it, or I can really bring about change, right? So that's where we have this, the link between mind and body. So body and sensory experiences, that is, so one aspect that is also explained, the thing which will brings about the feeling, right? And when these feelings are cognized, where we get as an emotion. See, there can be certain times where I feel something, but I cannot really verbalize and tell, okay, what is that I'm feeling for. So that particular state or the feeling is not accessible for my higher cognitive aspects, right? So when I get this feeling, when this feeling is cognized, it turns out to be like that of an, the emotion, right? Right, now, and now these things, when it go for the metacognition, okay, and where I'll get an access to control all the other processes. So now when it goes to the higher level where I cognitively access to all these processes, so I get all these related to self, my self-esteem, self-recognition, self-monitoring, self-referential process. So all these things which are associated with what? The cognitive aspects of my experiences and feeling. But nothing to do with the feeling as such, nothing to do with the bodily perception as such, but is the cognitive aspects of these things. So what I want to focus, say, from the neuroscience perspective is not about the cognitive aspects of the self-regulation, right? Not about the other higher aspects about the self-regulatory process, but the two basic phenomena about the feeling and how actually this bodily process can really bring about, say, certain the transformation in the self in terms of our, say, feeling. Now, so therefore, so it is always what? With my changes in my body, right? Changes which, and its interaction between my brain and, I mean, here I want to tell that mind and brain, I'm taking as, from the neuroscience perspective, I have to take mind and brain as a synonymous, say, with each other, where because of some, say, process that happens in the brain, so the mind is what it is emerging. So that is the framework in which I want to talk. So therefore, you have a brain. Brain has a link with the body, and both they interact with the environment. It's only with all these three processes, okay, that happens. So the concept of self, that emerges. So with this, say, particular background, so we have certain one, say, particular model which is called as integrated self-awareness model. Now, what do you mean by this integrated self-awareness model? So it tells that, so we have two important processes that happens in our physiology. One is the bottom-up process, one is the top-down process. Now, what do you mean by bottom-up process? All the information that happens in my body, right? It can be my intestine, heart, lungs, okay, my muscles, my proprioception, how do I feel, my body position. All this information, it goes to brain, okay? And it has its own pattern. Then apart from that, from my higher areas of my brain, so we have many thought process that happens, right? And that also has an influence on, say, the information, okay, that is going from bottom to top. So we have a top-down process and also a bottom-up processes. Now these bottom-up processes probably is what very, very important for us to generate that feeling. Okay, if I'm feeling good, right, it is bottom-up process. If I'm feeling sad, it is something which is related to my bottom-up processes. How do I handle that? It is my top-down process that is going to come. Okay. Now, so therefore, if we understand, say, this particular thing, right? So all these three aspects which I have told you about interoception. Now, what do you mean by interoception? Interoception is how I can really feel the my bottom-up processes or the information, say, from my visceral organs. It can be my heart, my lungs, my muscles, all this information, how it is reaching the, say, neural network. Okay, am I accessible for, say, this particular pattern that is happening? It is called as interoception, right? Then we have that the proprioception and body ownership. So when I say, okay, this is my body, how do I know, okay, this is my body? So what is happening, okay, in the brain, right? So that is about the body ownership. Then we have that one agency which I told you about. So when I did my work, how do you say I did this my work? Because it is always how your integration of your sensory input and also your motor input. Now, even though these three processes appears to be, say, individually happening, but it is not, they are interdependent with each other. Therefore, if you can see this over here, okay, these arrows of interoception, that is information from my other, say, my body going to the brain, right? And my body ownership and the agency, they are all interlinked with each other, right? And which will give us a sense of bodily awareness. Okay, this is about me and my body, it is there. Now, once we get this bodily, say, awareness, right? Then comes the other aspects, the higher aspect of which is associated with your emotion regulation, metacognition, okay, and other memory and all those things. Now your, as a process, whether it is a emotion regulation, metacognition, or autobiographical, or the memory process, they are not much dependent on each other. They can be independent of, exclusively, they can, individually, they can happen. Now when these two processes, right, okay, they integrate, right, you get what is called as your self-awareness. So I have a pure physiological process, I have a basic understanding of feeling, my basic understanding of a bodily sensation, and the higher, by access to these feeling and say a higher level about my emotion regulation, right, about memory and metacognition, they combined all these things, okay, we get about this, that I am self-aware about myself. Okay. Now, so in any of this pathological condition, okay, so say for example you take a mood disorder, so I'm ruminating and I'm very sad, or I'm getting into a depressive mood, how do I handle this particular mechanism that is happening? This is the context in which I want to understand what is self-regulation is. Okay. Now, so of course, so this is the same thing which I wanted to tell you about. It's about the interoception and how these things are integrated with each other. Yeah. Thank you. Finished. So in the brain, we have something called as cortical midline structures. The cortical midline structures, they are what it is associated with this self-awareness processes. Okay. And one important thing which I want to stress upon about the area of the brain, it is called as anterior cingulate over here, where your internal processes, your external, say, particular information, right, they integrate, say in this particular area called as anterior cingulate area. So this anterior cingulate area at this point of time is considered to be one of very, very important factor for your self-regulatory processes to happen. Now, how do I start with these self-regulatory processes to happen? Suppose if I'm feeling very low and very sad, right? Now I have to change this particular feeling to somewhere to get into the happy mode. So how do I do it? So one important thing, okay, that the insight, okay, that we get, so from meditation or the yoga, say, practices, say, for example, is one important physiological process is your breath. Because breath is one important link, okay, you have body and also with the mind, with our experience, we know that. So even today, the research have found that the way we breathe, the ratio in which we breathe, how deep we breathe, right, that will determine what will be my feeling, right? So if I'm feeling very low, right, so it depends on, the way that you really breathe, and that will bring about a certain shift in your feeling. Then you said, okay, now I felt very fine. So what I'm doing here, I'm changing the input that is coming to my brain network from the body. Why? Because I am modulating my breath. Now, modulating breath is not only about your breathing. From physiology perspective, we have to understand that the modulating of breath it also modulates my heart. So therefore, there is a lot of emerging evidences to tell that the way my synchronization that happens with my heart and with my lungs, so will be the synchronization that happens in my brain. So this especially it happens in the developmental trajectory. Now what do you mean by in the developmental period, especially from childhood to adolescent, right? Whenever this maturation process is happening, right? So you give them more, the bodily activity, breathing related activity. You change the pattern in which their heart, the functions, which is called as heart rate variability. The correspondingly, there will be the maturation trajectory of their brain also will change. So that is to say that what the biological substratum for my higher cognitive abilities, okay, through my mind, where the seat is the brain. So if I want to change that particular, the capacity of the biological capacity of my brain to shift, now, so what is the route in which I have to take? I have to take through the body. So that I strengthen the biological structure that is needed, okay, to cognize. Then subsequently I can add on to my top-down processes where I can handle my mind very, very, say, effectively. So that is the process in which, so this whole aspect of self-regulation which I wanted to tell you, and where is the seat in the brain, where all these things they get integrated, it is anterior cingulate area. So therefore, even if you can see that even in the depressed, say, patient, this anterior cingulate activity is very, very less. Right, and you give lot of intervention for the depression. So and when they start feeling okay, they are good, right? Then slowly we can see that their anterior cingulate activity also goes on. It is increasing. So first and foremost is to bring about this change in the feeling, and this should be the positive reinforcement for subsequent higher self-regulatory capability to happen. Right. So therefore, so as far as the emotion perception is concerned and also the self-regulatory thing is concerned, so what I wanted to just convey is the base thing, okay, is where we have to tone our actually what is that we can really perceive, right? I can perceive my body, I can perceive my feeling, right? Through certain activities of my body, I can change my feeling. And when I get this, then I will use my mind to control or to regulate all these things. So this is the just a conceptual thing which just I wanted to share with you about the self-regulation. Not much about emotion perception, but about the self-regulation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Ravindraji. In this session, 3 papers was presented. I think all is known to you. The time is so short. Professor Ashimaji spoke about the mind and brain health care, how the science and the government agencies are committed to deal with these challenges and its hardship. Dr. Pooja Dabral has talked about the mind and cognitive functions and defining the karma and its function and its result, and defining the consciousness as a Prakriti Prabhasvara, luminous nature and its function, and mind and the mental training through the meditative means. And precisely Dr. Ravindraji has talking about the neuropsychologist who is defining the self in the self-regulation, mind-body connection and the continuum of self. Regulate and self-regulate and the transform of the self pattern of the self-awareness. There's because of lack of time, there were 2 pinpointed questions can be asked. Yes, please identify yourself. And whom?
Hello. Yes, this question is for Dr. Ravindra and for ma'am also. I'm a psychologist, so just for my information, I wanted to ask if you have conducted any studies on meditation, and if you saw significant effect of a certain kind of meditation which is supposed to be the most effective one for patients of clinical depression, and also for the timeline, how long they need to do and all of that.
So at this point of time, okay, I'm doing one work on adolescent depression, especially in adolescent age group, and try to understand whether the integrated yoga module, okay, will really bring about their changes in their depressive scores. Now, the result that we found was an inspiration for me to present this. Let me tell it very, very clearly. See, the module that is being generated in yoga module that we have generated, we don't have any, say, higher cognitive aspect in the module at all. There is nothing like, okay, you have to focus on the breath. There is nothing, okay, you have to chant something. There is nothing that, okay, you have to, the so-called clear any aspects of the meditation, it is not. Everything, something was there, okay, you on physical exercise, okay, for example, they do Surya Namaskara, right? They have a very specific type of breathing, right? And they relax, right? And say they, as an aspect, okay, they just chant Om, like that's all. As such, so-called as some meditation as such, it is not there because they are depressed kids. They cannot really do it. It's not possible. So everything was associated with how do you harness, okay, your musculoskeletal system and your heart and your lungs. With this, okay, their depression scores have tremendously reduced. Now what does it mean? It means that, okay, they are feeling, okay, yes, they are feeling from being very sad to depressed. It is gradually, it is shifting, okay, they are fine, now they can handle themselves. Okay, it is happening. So that's why I felt, okay, that generating, the shifting in this feeling is very, very important. Now once, see, this for this particular shift to happen, it took for us 3 months of the regular practice. For kids, 3 months of regular everyday practice, this is the outcome that has come. Whether this has resulted in their capacity for their self-regulation, I have no idea. But at least there is a shift in that, say, the, from negative to positive. That's what I wanted to tell you.
One question.
May I? It's addressed to you, sir. Actively, I have not done much of a work on meditation. Purely focused in the Neurosciences Center for Neuropsychological Rehabilitation of Dementia, Stroke, Parkinson's disease, and traumatic brain injury, etc. But as a co-investigator, there is a published paper, again you will find on our AIMS website, where it's been done under the Center for Integrated Medicine. And I've been just like a co-investigator in the project, looking at the neuropsychological aspect. It's really generated an excellent work. So there was a team, I want to share this with you, from United States who'd come. And this is a workshop on transcendental meditation. And so they're working on it, and it's a center in the United States. I will be able to share the numbers in case you're interested. And they stated that there was a very major crime rate happening in that state. So they introduced yoga and meditation, and the crime rate has reduced. They've used an ABE experimental design. So it has a tremendous, tremendous potential. But I think more students need to take this up formally. And that's why I asked even the Tibet House that we need to collaborate and generate scientific and objective published material for people to start using it regularly rather than bits and pieces. Yeah. I hope I've answered your question. Yeah, thank you.
Like for depression, a sound sleep is the best meditation. Thank you.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Huh? Yes, ma'am. Ashma ji, I have a question for you. Would you say that there is a political misuse of psychology in terms of race, gender, and class by the government? Especially, you are dealing with the government agencies. And in history, this has usually been the case. So what is your experience?
Sorry. I don't think anybody is really keen to politically use it otherwise. It's just that the understanding has grown over the years and it has evolved. That is the way initially things were, and it, it was not scientific and objective initially, and now it's converting into scientific and objective. That's why right now at AIMS, we have 3 roles: the teaching, research, and clinical. Of course, clinical is what is referred to. Research is very major because we need to have our publications in place. And we are gradually trying to work together as a multidisciplinary team, just as one bit. And I must say that government has identified now, I think 85,000 psychologists are immediately needed to meet the need. And that is why they are in the process of binding things together rather than having any one person taking it to one direction. Because the idea is that the patients or the people who are seeking help should be helped by the right people. And they're actually formulating this process as I'm looking at Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is really actively working in the direction. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you.
My question is directed to Dr. Ashima again. Ma'am, I just wanted to ask, how does the empirical progression of Indian psychology preserve its cultural essence while adapting to modern scientific methodologies? Does it dilute or enrich its spiritual and cultural essence?
I don't think it's diluting. For example, the meeting that we're having today, it's a big knowledge, as even I'm learning a lot from this. I was appreciating even Dr. K.P. Kocher's talk. It's adding to our learning. We're sitting in the same institute, and we're not able to, even in having time to interact with each other. This opportunity and platform that has been provided by the Tibet House, I think it is enriching, and I think this was the base. When I'm looking at history, and when I'm looking at a lot of work that has gone abroad, I've actually looked at a lot of YouTube material, and I've seen a lot of our own literature has gone abroad. When meditation is, the thought has gone from our India abroad. And because it is being used by, sorry to say, the foreigners, it becomes important. Because we've not actually focused on research. And we've not focused on publication. And right now, government is very keen that this should be published, and it should be patented in our country. So that, we have a hold and control, because I think India has a very, very rich base of this, the various thoughts in schools that we have, and people are taking abroad. Yeah. Please.
Thank you so much. No more questions. Please. We are already late. Thank you so much.
Sir.
Hey, please, sir. और जबरदस्ती करेंगे तो पूछिए फिर इम्पोर्टेंट सभी की इम्पोर्टेंट है सर
कुछ नई बात पूछेंगे आपसे Sir, I have come to know certain things, but I don't know why they are happening. Since you are psychologists, yeah, most of the people are psychologists, and brain के ऊपर बातें हो रही हैं. I heard there was a study going on in Canada on rats.
Okay.
चूहों के ऊपर.
Okay.
And these rats were taught something.
Okay.
And their learning was slower initially. Then it became faster. And they found, by repeated attempts of teaching to those rats, whatever, with the placing of the food and whatnot, the rats in Australia, they were also learning. That's one example. Second, there were monkeys in African island, on an island. There was scarcity of water, so there was a fruit which was, beneath the, the mound of earth, and these monkeys, to drink water, they dug it up, and they learned how to drink water or the sweet water from the vegetable or the fruit. But the other monkeys which are living on the other island, they also picked up. And physically I have seen, personally I have seen, that the mango grower in Lucknow, Maliabad, one person was exclusively using havan only, using cow dung, and same thing which I heard about the Chernobyl, that
Please.
German lady was,
Ask the question. What's the question?
no, why it is happening?
ना ये explain करने की जगह
No, why it is happening? This is my question.
No, this is
No, sir,
conference.
just
partner
now, sir,
sanctity,
just now, sir.
Time is 5 o'clock.
Sir, just now, somebody told that the crime rate in USA went down.
In that state.
In that state. It means the impact is wider. It is on the people who are around, who are not there present in that, whatever that.
Sir,
I am asking you why it is happening. Have you got any idea?
Sir, they correlated in their publications.
Okay.
And as I said, I'll be very happy to share the numbers of the people. And they have their own website, and the publication is available on website. And so they've stated that it is the effect of the meditation that the crime rate had reduced. That was the outcome. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Ashima ji, Pooja ji. Make this session interactive.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to end of our today's session, and I wholeheartedly thank our chairperson and esteemed speakers for taking your time and accepting our invitation. On the top of that, sharing your respective expertise on us. And through this session, I think personally, what I have learned is that no matter where we come from, I think the functionality of our human psychology or neuropsychology is firmly based on the retaliation of our mind. So I think in near future, I hope we will retaliate with a positive manner in any sort of uneasy circumstances that we occur. And so before we end this session, I would like to request Miss Nisha Puri, the art historian and art student from SWAS, School of Oriental and African Studies, London, and the British Museum, to kindly grace the stage and hand over the souvenirs to our chairperson and the respective speakers of today. We have Chairperson Professor Hirapol Karniki, former HOD Professor, Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi. Please give a round of applause. We have Dr. Ashma Nihar, Professor of Clinical Psychology, Clinical Neuropsychology from AIIMS. Then we have additional professor, Dr. P. N. Ravindra, Center of Consciousness Study, Department of Neurophysiology, all the way from Nimans. And lastly, we have Venerable Dr. Pooja Debrel, Assistant Professor, Department of Buddhist and Tibetan Studies, Namgyal Institute of Tibetology. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, before we end this session, I have a quick announcement to be made. Tomorrow we will be resuming our second day of conference from 10 a.m. where we have esteemed speakers Ajay Kumar, Dr. Ajay Kumar, Scientist, Center of Brain and Mind, Department of Psychiatry, all the way from Nimans, and we have Mr. Lokesh Jindal, engineer, student of Nalanda Buddhist Philosophy, Tibet House, and also we have Professor Vibha Sharma, Department of Clinical Psychology, HIPAS, Delhi, and they will be speaking on the theme Mind, Wandering, and Well-being. At the same time, we have a very interesting student panel discussion where the students are come from different universities. They are studying Buddhism, some are studying psychologies, and they will be sharing their perspective about how they see the psychology and how they see Buddhist psychologies. So I hope everybody will participate and show a keen interest in this session and be as interactive as you can. And at the same time, I would like to request all the participants to bring your program kits that you have got today. Since you'll be coming tomorrow, it will be easier for you as well. And last but not the least, I would like to thank all the participants for your participation, coming all the way from different places, through metros and through buses and through autos, and we all are here. And I think today was a very productive day, and tomorrow will be more productive as today, since we all have been into this gate of how really neuropsychology is working. And I hope tomorrow you all will participate and show more interest in it. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a nice evening ahead.
गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति गति पाहर गति पाहर संगति बोधि स्वाहा तद्यः था गति